Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile European Women's League Season 5. We are going to be having some epic games over the next 3 days. I cannot wait to start, but before we get there, before we do all that, my name is Neptura. I'll be your host for this weekend, and I'm joined by the lovely DK. DK, how are you?
Yeah, pretty chill, pretty excited to see what is going to happen in yet another season of the PMEWL. Of course, we've been here for a while, right? We've been seeing what these ladies have been getting up to, and yeah, I want to see if this season is going to be somewhat different to what we've had before.
I mean, I think what you're hinting at is Galatasaray esports going to be able to win yet another season, right? They've won the last 3 seasons of this tournament so far. Will we see a new winner rise up? We'll have to see. I've seen some pretty nice potential from a lot of these girls coming through. We've seen some really interesting things over the last couple of weeks, behind the scenes, off of stream, but now they're going to be on stream. Now we're all going to be able to see it for ourselves. Is there going to be a new team, or is Galatasaray going to take the cake once again? We only have 15 matches to find that out, DK.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. So it's going to be 3 days jammed full of some hot and spicy PUBG Mobile action. So I'm curious to see just exactly, you know, how far the ladies are going to look to take that aggression, right? Are we going to have a few new contenders maybe looking to rise to the occasion? Or could we get surprised by a repeat victory coming through yet again? Of course, we'll only know once we get much closer to the end. Of course, I think right about midway through tomorrow's games. But so far, there's been a lot of really hard work being put in by our ladies here. So yeah, I'm really hoping to have that all now really come to the foreground and see how all of that development has really taken place since the previous season.
Yeah, same. Me too. If anybody is here for a new season that was not here in the previous seasons, you should probably know that Galatasaray has won every single season since the mid-season of Season 2, the mid-season edition of Season 2. So they have 3 back-to-back wins at the minute. Can they make it a 4th? we'll have to see. But also, we were looking over that league stage that happened off camera, right? And there were some really, really good results coming in from a lot of these teams. So I am excited to see where those teams have decided where that's going to actually be taking them. We see a lot of very recognizable names that we saw in different teams in the past. And now with new teammates, there's a lot of new blood in here. So I am excited to see kind of what that shakeup has done to a lot of these teams. We will be getting into the first match very soon, and we'll be able to see all that. But for me, basically this first day is very much going to be trying to figure out what the idea is now, where these teams have kind of settled themselves, because this is a very different outlook than what we saw in season 4.
Yeah, that is going to be quite a bit of a different outlook indeed, looking across the board. But I think an interesting thing also is, I think today we are also going to be essentially filling up this board, right? We are going to be seeing the overall standings really start to fill on through. And of course, we'll get into today's schedule in a little bit as well. But I think just looking at what we have here and just the name of the teams, right? A whole bunch of new names that we've not really seen, right? I want to see what they're going to be bringing in. What will their contribution be to the upsets that we could be having on the battlefield?
Yeah, I do agree. And DK, I hear that you had a prediction going. Is there anybody that you're looking at specifically off of these teams?
I would say there's probably 3 teams that I'm going to be looking at, right? So I'd say Bonfire Understate, as well as Dope Esports Blossom, and then, well, of course, Galatasaray.
I mean, yeah, I think we'd be a bit silly not to include them in our picks, right? I mean, I also have Galatasaray in my pick. I think that they are going to once again just dominate, but we'll see. I'm not going to cast a curse or do anything silly, but I also think Kara and also Sativa as well. Both of those teams really stood out on those leaderboards in week 1 and week 2. So I want to see what they've got for the finals. I'm excited to get into it. We might get into it very, very shortly here. We will see. But do let us know in chat, guys. I see you in there. I am watching chat. Let us know who you're really, really going for here. Which team are you supporting? I see Mina says Galatasaray. A lot of Alpha Angels as well. Dope as well. Galatasaray, Alpha Angels again. Kara. So really excited to see who is supporting who in that chat. Do let us know who you are going to be supporting, and maybe which player. Maybe there's a specific player you're supporting as well. Do let us know. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, but of course, this time around, we are getting straight into the finals, right? The ladies, of course, have grinded their way through that first week, through the second week, and now only the top teams have made it to this point. And there's been a lot of grinding, as you've mentioned already, that they've been bringing through. And I want to have upsets, right? I know I've said it already, but I'll say it again until we have it, or until it starts to happen. I want to see just how exactly all of this is going to look to play on out, and where these ladies are going to be looking to take us, because, I mean, it could go in so many different directions, and I think that is the excitement kind of connected to that, right? If Galatasaray, if their overall performance is anything to maybe lean on, or just the team's overall performance is coming through that week 2, I do think that Dope Esports and Bonfire, as well as Lida, have a really good chance to finish strong coming into the season. For those of you, of course, who don't know, Dope Esports finished the second week with 111 total points. Bonfire Understate came in with 97 points, and Lida, of course, finished then on 96 points. So a very, very tight spot that they found themselves with regards to those points. And of course, we can't say where Galatasaray placed in that, because, you know, they'd already qualified in that first week already. So Kara Esports, though, they were bringing in quite a bit of a heat all the way back in that first week when Galatasaray ended on 118 points, a full 7 points behind Kara Esports. But of course, it's all going to come down to how they will be able to convert all of that moving into these games here, and are they going to be able to keep that title going?
I think that's the big question in everybody's minds, DK. Are they going to be able to win once again? It's a lot of pressure, right?
Mm.
It is a lot of pressure when you think about you've got a big title now that you've got to defend. It's the biggest women's event of the year. We have this only a couple times a year. You only have so many opportunities to defend your title. And with all this new blood that we've been saying, with this switch up of old names and new names joining different teams with different rosters, it brings all these new dynamics to the table that maybe Galatasaray might not be able to keep up with. I mean, so far in week number 1, they were top 3 by a good margin as well, right? So probably not going to be too difficult for them, but at the same time, you just never know how the weekend is going to play out. And with only 5 matches a day, that does mean we have 3 less games for them to do something with.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through to see how these ladies will be able to perform, and will they get to that same kind of consistency as we saw coming through that first week into that second week. Of course, the teams that qualified in that first week got their direct seat into the final. So I think especially for the teams taking that second week route gives them a bit of an opportunity to really define kind of their strategies, right? They tried out in the first week, they figured out what worked, what maybe didn't work as well, and then moving into week number 2, that's where they can get those few touch-ups coming in to perfect it moving into the finals itself. So I think we are going to have quite a bit of a play, especially stepping on to the battlefield for the very first time here in the finals itself. Of course, I think the big question is, where are we going to go with regards to those maps, right? That, I think, is going to be the big one that we'll find out soon as we make our way in towards that. But yeah, I don't think we are that much further away from figuring out exactly what the plane path is going to be doing, where those zones are going to be going. So I'll be nice this time. I won't ask you for a prediction on that, but of course what we are going to be looking at is that zone. So here we go, without any further delays, as we make our way right on in.
Приятного аппетита.
And Erangel is going to be our first game of the day, our first game of the season's finals, season 5, wrapping up in 3 days. Day number 1 is going to be tonight, though, of course, and that playing path goes right across the middle. Not half bad for most of these teams, right? Very, very easy transition for everybody here. The real question, as you said, DK, is where that zone is going to go. Who knows? And because it really could go anywhere. We've seen some crazy zones before. We will see crazy zones again. A lot of teams moving out of the middle there, and we just have to wait and see what's going to go on next. But you know what I love so much about the Women's League, DK, is that they don't mess about. There is no waiting around to get into that action. These girls want to get into it as soon as possible. They don't beat around the bush. So we can, for those of us at home, we can expect some action within zone 1 in the next few minutes. They just want to get looted up, and then they're going to go to town. So that's what's going to be so fun about this weekend, is it's just going to be non-stop action all the way through. But now the plane path has gone. The zone is here, and it is going to be going up. Well, kind of north, mostly east, but kind of north as well. Stolber's still involved. Lipovka as well. That's a decent zone, DK. I don't hate this.
Yeah, not a bad zone at all, and now it's all going to be down to how the ladies are going to look to kind of navigate through those positions, right? Are we going to see a full early game send for teams looking to get themselves situated, or will we have the regular old play through the loot phase, get yourself situated, grab everything you need, and then look to apply that pressure coming on forward?
Only time will tell. We'll have to see. I'd be curious to see if there's any drop have changed here. I believe Bonfire usually go here, but don't quote me on that. Coming into, it's been a while since season 4, right? That was what, January, February time? It was quite a while ago now. Several months have elapsed since then for these girls to kind of update and evolve their strategy a little bit if necessary. But we will see. 800 meters to go for Bonfire Interstate, not far at all to go, and they're on their own, so very, very chill there. Batsud is just getting that vehicle. You can see her driving there. Purple as well, big name in the women's community. Lena 6 as well. We all know Lena 6. We all know Purple. It'll be interesting to see how they all play together. A couple of teams in Yasnaya as well, DK.
Yeah, I mean, I like the spread here up in Yasnaya. Always a good starting point, right? To get some good loot to go and see exactly whether or not they could convert that into maybe what would last them for the rest of this match. Of course, we know the answer to that is no. A lot of spraying is going to find its way in, and yeah, hopefully we'll have a few weapons getting close to running out of that ammunition. But I think Afterlife Nova also one of those teams that we've not really seen in the previous season. I think it's always good to have some new faces make their way on in here. And yeah, I'm curious as to what these ladies will be bringing in. I think this is the exciting part, especially coming into the first days, right? We've not really seen exactly what their approach is and how they're going to be looking to apply themselves, what their strategies are. But with that, I think is a lot of potential in that the ladies could definitely surprise us. Of course, the big question is, will there be any Galatasaray contenders? That is what everything will be focusing on essentially, and I don't think it's necessarily going to be the play for day number 1, right? I think around about the closer part, the close to the end of day number 2, we could be having a lot more of a confirmation on that point.
You know what is interesting though is we've been speaking a lot about how a lot of these teams have actually shaken up their rosters and added new people, and a lot of those initial teams are no longer the same roster. One team that is the exact same is Istanbul Wildcats. This has been, I believe, the roster for a good long while now, at least a couple of seasons. So the same for Galatasaray. Galatasaray have not made any major changes in a couple of seasons either. So both of these teams feel very, very confident in their roster. They have those results to back it up, right? Both of these teams very, very strong, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? You really got to make sure that if you got a good thing going, you do not mess it up. So it's nice to see some of these teams still keeping together, still keeping on that same squad, that same roster, because that's where that synergy comes in. If you've been a team for as long as these two have, then you definitely have that synergy built up, and you can just play off of each other so much more. It gives you so much more adaptability as well. So nice to see that that's happening here for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, always love to have teams looking to take it as far as they can. I think adaptability definitely goes a long way when it comes to what these ladies are doing and just the level of skill that they're showing here. I think a lot of this would definitely rival quite a few of the male-dominated teams that we have, right? Definitely bring a good bit of competition to that. So, yeah, gotta say I really appreciate and enjoy what these ladies are doing. And, I mean, I would definitely not want to encounter any of them out on the battlefield.
Honestly, neither would I. Like, nuh-uh. I can be pretty handy with a mini or with a sniper, sure, but these girls would have me in 2 seconds. That would be an insane thing. I don't want to play with them either, to be honest. I'll admire them from afar. I'll say they look really cool, that they're very cool, and then just run away, because it would not go well for sure. But here we go. We do see another team fairly close to the Wildcats over in South George, the Reborn Valkyries. Now these are players that I don't really recognize. Gonna be nice to see some new blood coming in here, unless there's a player that's done a name change and I'm not aware of it, which I really hope is not the case, because then that makes me look very silly indeed. But otherwise, I'm excited to see what this team has in store for us. The zone is moving in, though. 2,000 meters to go. These girls really need to get their skates on, because now, with that zone closing in, it's not going to hurt too badly, but when you have the entire map to cross, that's when it starts to get a bit iffy.
Yeah, it does get a little bit iffy, but I was sitting here thinking about who do I know that could maybe try to contest these ladies, right? And I think I've got an answer. Max. We should send Max. Max can go fight them. Yes. he can go 1v4 them. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Max will do a good job in that. Yeah.
I agree.
We should actually stream that.
Get him
Max,
in here.
We know you're watching. Give us your views on that.
Yes, please. Go 1v1 one of these girls. I would love to see that, to be honest.
1v4. Make it fair.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, girls. Sorry, we gotta make it fair for you. 1v4 with Max. You're right.
Yeah, 4 Maxes versus one of them. Yeah, but Max needs to play on all 4 devices at the same time.
Okay. We'll see if we can make this happen. That could work. I'll DM Max right now, see if he's up for it.
uh, but yeah,
uh,
so far we're just waiting to see who's going to be picking up our first elimination of the day, right?
I
It's getting
know.
closer and closer. And of course, we are going to be heading into that stage number 2. So this is where things could definitely look to get quite interesting. Of course, Boar's also one of those names that I recognize, but I don't think we've necessarily seen this exact name playing. Well, I lie when I say that we did see them last season, of course. Uh, we had all of them here as well. It was Boar's
Mm-hmm.
Game and Girls. Jumping across the board though, we got Sativa also making their way on through. Also one of those newer names to the
Mm-hmm.
battlefield. At least we know the players aren't new, but definitely the name is not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily a name that I recognize off the bat. Ooh, but I like the sprays though. Ellie doing a pretty good job. Really
Nice.
looking to reach in across the way. Let's see what
We have.
Logica and the rest of the team can do here.
Yes, indeed. But in that Elam feed, we do have our first knock on the board. Caffeine's going to be picking up a point there. Melzy going to be going out for LDR. So that's going to be our first point on the board here. Dope going to be picking that one up very easily indeed. Probably on that rotation coming through here. We're not really switching over to any altercation, so it's probably just a unfortunate rotation gone wrong there, but now we're starting to see these teams crowd on up. If you look at that mini map, you're seeing 3-4 teams in a very, very small area here. Sativa have a really, really nice compound, but so do BGT. And so do the team across the valley on their other side. So Sativa have to be very careful that they're not getting sandwiched too early here.
Now let's see whether or not that sandwich could maybe be on the table. Has anybody ordered some? We don't quite know just yet. I don't think that Sativa is going to get pinched up just anytime soon, because looking at where these other two teams are positioned, there's no immediate threat, right? I think if the teams if BGT was towards their south as opposed to their north, I think there could maybe have been a little bit of a worry for them, but having BGT Boostgate sitting up towards their northern positioning, it does still leave a little bit of an opportunity for them to at least have a bit of that breathing room, right? And of course, Boostgate are going to be focusing up into Yasnaya Polyana itself, looking to see if they can pick
Over to Yasnaya. Lighter. You did mention them earlier. They did lose Mulsey very, very quickly, or very early on, rather, and now they are up against another team here. That is going to be the side of. Oh dear. Which team is this? Afterlife! Afterlife Nova, there we go. I got it. I got it. Don't worry about it. The nade's going to be chucked up, and these buildings are just so difficult to actually do anything with. It's very, very hard. It's the reason why I don't go apartments, like, ever.
Yeah.
It's a very similar sort of situation going on here, and this is where Lighter now lose Liot. Hopefully they can get her back up, but this is where this third party start coming in. You see S2G up on to the north side.
Ooh.
There's a couple of teams everywhere. Melina goes on down, and that's going to be the end of her. Now it's just a 3v1. And Afterlife Nova, after losing that initial player, have actually brought it back. Only one Elim on the board, sure. But at least they're not a solo like Lighter is. So for Lighter, definitely they're going to be on that back foot for the minute. And it's actually just going to be Elena trying to get this sneaky little res going on with those smokes very, very quietly. Might just do it as well, but no, here comes the cavalry. She's got to do what she can with the S12K, but the S12K not going to hit any shots. But that nade just might, though. That's going to bounce off that door. Down she goes.
Ooh.
No, she does not, but yes, she does. Not to the nade, but it is going to be to come back with that S12K in hand. Don't.
That makes perfect no
It
sense.
definitely does.
But I also understand why you don't like going into apartments, because names are hard. In the meanwhile, it is going to be
Names are hard,
Bonfire
yeah.
now trying to find a bit of a third-party opportunity onto Alpha Angels, rather, as they move on in. Already 2 players getting taken on down. It's going to be Vendetta and RNO just holding steady, trying to find a little bit of an off-angle peek here. But look at that comeback. Comes back again. Picking up another elimination, now sitting on a very comfortable 2. Now leaving Bonfire here to try and pick up a few of the crumbs.
Now, the question is, will they be able to do it? Bonfire looking for that Elim. They know Linu is in there. Oh, she goes so low. Is that going to be the end nade? No, it's not. Just outside the room there. A little too much. We will see what can be done here. What can they do? The nades are all going through. But they're not going to reach. They're just not going to reach, DK.
I mean, it's maybe a good thing, right, across the board, but let's see whether or not Layla can maybe find another additional bit of an angle here. Linus quickly just trying to put in a little bit of distance. But let's see. Apparently, Max doesn't think he can do that, right? I was sold. I was sold. I really believe, and I still do. I want to see Max. I want to see that happen.
We believe in you, Max.
But in the meantime, we'll look on to Bonfire to see if they can believe as much as we do that they will be able to survive, right? Because they essentially have 3 teams. It looks like 3, but that's actually just 2 squads. You know, one towards their eastern side, the one on the west actually splitting up into a 2-2 positioning. So let's see if they can get themselves out of the sticky spot. It is going to be interesting, though, with the zone also pretty much centering up towards Yasnaya Poliana. So that does allow for a nice continuation of the engagements that we have here. But look at that, Melita, though, coming through with a little bit of vehicle play.
Goodness me, and you could see it just off into the distance there. That is a big rip. It happens, though. Happens to the best of us. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, that south side and that western side going to be very, very busy very quickly. You can see this just on the edges of that zone there. There's a lot of traffic coming through, trying to make the best of it, trying to come through and find a spot. And these teams are just not going to let them have it at all. There's the Wildcats being able to take somebody down with that DP. Gonna get that knock very early on. Kara just out in the middle of the field. And honestly, this is the best spot for them. They're out in the middle of the field. No one's really watching them right now. They're too busy with their closer neighbors, and they're kind of in the center of zone at the minute. So this is actually a very nice spot for them.
Yeah, it is definitely quite a nice spot. Let's see whether or not they can maybe look to push it through. Matesha making a good connection there on towards the side of Aylin. Oh, here we go. Fireshine just hugging the edge of that rock, but Matesha knows better, right? Gonna try to reach in, but look at the utilities. Now raining down on them. The Istanbul Wildcats absolutely relentless. Matesha narrowly escaping that and somehow managing to walk away without a single drop of damage.
Wild that is the case. Oh! Going Fireshine, somebody taking a lot of damage there. The nade just falling a little bit short, so Shanks is going to be okay for now, but that's going to be a nade in response very, very quickly onto the side of Boars. Is it going to do a little bit more damage? Not necessarily, no. So that's going to be the end of that. Boars are going to retreat. I think Istanbul, the Wildcats, they're going to be moving on forward and trying to just claim as much of this territory as possible. And fair enough, really. They're on the edge of zone. They're outside the zone by just 16 meters. So anything at all that the Boars could give them, they will take. And they're actually going to take that to the north side. Nice little disengage there. It's probably in their best interests. Sativa, though, they're going to be wanting to take over this spot. A really good position for them. The 1-3, or the 1-2 split, rather. Could be advantageous for them, I suppose, but it is a bit of a risk considering that the Wildcats still are there. So Sonya, it's going to be very, very, very careful with how she does this. Nice nade, though, does take Matesha down. But for now, she's on her own. She really can't afford to overpeak here.
Yeah, that's always a bit of the trouble. But here we go. Sativa now definitely have quite a bit of an opportunity to get a beautiful clutch with that utility. Sonya not looking to risk it all just yet, and I think it's a good call to make, right? Don't want to just all go in all guns a-blazing, right? Still want to try and play a little bit more of a secure position, because also looking at where the rest of the team is situated, they are quite split up. Yes, there's 2 for the players here from Sativa on the edge, but are they going to be able to now secure these angles? They were so close to getting the jump over on towards Boar.
And Boar are really in a sticky situation now. They just, I mean, I don't know. I feel like in some ways they might have just waited a little too long to get out of here, and they've allowed time for Sativa to move on through. That does look like they're going to be relinquishing that hold, though, that gatekeep position. They're now outside of zone. There's 2 teams to the north side, probably another team to the south side, and so for Sativa, they do want to make sure that they are inside that zone, that they are stronger, and that strong position just was not there for trying to gatekeep the Boars as well. So a nice decision coming in from them. They're going to just regroup and leave Boars alone, which for Boars is great, right? They're only a duo. They were on the back foot there for a good long while, so that's going to be a nice reprieve for them.
Definitely an interesting position that they could look to try and capitalize off of. But I like the spray here for Sativa as well. Trying to just aid in bringing Galatasaray to their knees. But it is going to be quite a difficult one to secure, especially all the way from this far edge, and so many other opposing teams also now moving into the region. But S2G be feeling a lot of that heat, a lot of the pressure starting to build on up. Yagi not going to be holding back, just letting everything out, trying to empty every magazine they have in their position.
Oh my, that's a lot of knocks all of a sudden onto S2G. Goodness me, S2G, they tried to do the go for it approach. They tried the full send, and so far desperately not working out in their favor. That is really unfortunate for them, but hey, it's the name of the game sometimes. NZ gonna be going out first though. Wildcats now in a lot of trouble themselves, moving on in, trying to get rid of BGT. In the middle of that fight, you do see Sativa now going, hey, we could kind of third party this, so now they're looking. So there's a lot going on here as these teams now try and just make their way in. And for the Wildcats, actually, I don't mind this play. I don't mind that crash onto BGT's position. It could do them well in the end, but it's kind of in a little bit of a corner position, so really we just have to see.
Yeah, definitely not a bad spot indeed. So Sativa, I think they actually didn't realize what a good position that was that they found themselves in, because they can see to the north, they can see to that far eastern side as well, and it is allowing them to be an absolute menace for all the teams in their surrounding area. But of course, now let's see whether or not that will continue to be the name of the game here, as the zone is going to start closing on up in about 20 seconds or so. We do, however, say goodbye to Boostgate Esports, as they will not be able to continue on with the fighting. Dope Esports, in the meanwhile, as we can see the feed also now feeling quite a bit of the pressure continuing to be applied on towards them. And Galatasaray, from what I can see, actually now going for a bit of a split here, right? They got quite a nice ditched position here, right? Really playing into those balls, looking to see if they can find an opening to move forward into this next phase.
But now they're outside of zone. That zone shift has not been kind to them, and now they need to decide what their next plan of attack is. Remember though, they are a full squad. You never want Galatasaray to be a full squad and on the edge in the late game, because that means they are 100% going to be in that top 3, just 100%. Dope do go down, so that's going to be one less team standing in their way between them and that first place finish. We'll see what they can do with it though. And I will just mention, DK, Afterlife Nova, all of a sudden have 10 eliminations. They have been popping off to the south side, I believe they are. And just been absolutely going crazy, or sorry, the north side with Yasnaya there. They were in those buildings. So they've really been doing some work. They've got a lot of eliminations, and that's basically a decent double-digit points right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be sitting quite pretty at the end of this match, irrespective of where they finish. They do have only 2 players left, so it could maybe change up a few things, but realistically, we only have 11 teams in this lobby, and looking at the health of a lot of these squads, things are looking pretty tough. Kara Esports also still one of those teams with a full squad alongside the Istanbul Wildcats and, of course, Galatasaray. But will that be what the teams will be able to maintain for the rest of this? I was talking about the Wildcats and the grenades flying in their direction. All of a sudden, they've been brought down to a solo. As you can see, Fireshine, the last remaining hopeful now, just trying to keep themselves in this fight. Shanks could still maybe get raised on up. Not quite sure if that is going to be pulled on through here, but as you can see now, Sativa also feeling a lot of the pressure, quite a bit of an exposed position they find themselves in.
Yes, indeed. This is the danger of a field finish. There's no angles that you cannot hide or that you can hide from. They're just all out there in the open. You overextend just a tiny bit, you lose a tiny bit of cover, and those teams are going to be right at your heels. So you really, really have to be careful. Galatasaray, for one, going to be making full use of anything they can get. Dynasty does go down. That leaves an opening. They're going to be moving into zone now. S2G, somehow, some way, still here. I did not think that they would have made it past that initial barrage, and the vehicle keeps moving. So that's going to be an issue for them as well. But now you see Sativa moving in, using that vehicle, trying to get anywhere, get any information they can. Trying to just strengthen that position, scare other teams into each other. So we'll see how that goes for them. Hilal, oh, Tofi, Hilal, Zeros, all of a sudden, all going down one after another. Just down to one solo left alive for Galatasaray. I said that they should come in top 3. They cannot go out in 10th place now, DK.
Yeah, they definitely can't afford to go out now. They need to try to hold on as best they can. But things are looking pretty grim, except for if you're Kara, right? I mean, Kara Esports, they are looking absolutely golden with regards to the amount of players they have. We can see them also locked in towards that northern side of the zone. If you look very closely up on the mini-map, it is going to be that orange few specks that we have right there. But this whole entire western front, including the southern side, it's devastation, right? It is a slaughter ground, as you can see. Melek now looking to reach in as well.
I mean, it's anybody's game at this point. We still have so many teams left alive, so many teams actually with several players on their roster still up and running and gunning. So we'll see. Lisa, though, from Got Infinity, nice nade over the top there. That's going to be a nade trade-off. Does take her super duper low, but it isn't enough to get rid of her. She will be able to use another nade, and that's a perfect nade being thrown there. The returning one will not get her. Excuse me, get her. That's going to be a double nade coming in for Lisa. GG's, well played. Really, really good stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are definitely looking now to lock it in. The Muerte are going to be trying to play as much as they can from that far southern side. It is unfortunate that the Muerte is down to 1, but they have 7 eliminations to their name, so I guess it's not all that bad, really, and maybe they could go for gold on this one. I do believe that Kara Esports definitely stand quite a good fighting chance here, just based on their positioning overall, and again, numbers are going to be something that could go a long, long way. Infinity also now looking to find a further approach here, right? Got Infinity now getting down on their bellies as they start to just creep their way forward in towards the zone. Boars Gaming, though, still going at it, right? You can see the shots continuing to connect on through. Matesha still holding a representation there for the team, but S2G, popping off a few hits, but getting popped off as well as Fireshine from the Istanbul Wildcats locks in the final blow.
Fireshine, she's a solo, but what a solo to have on your team, right? Out of the 8 eliminations, she has 4, and she's still in it. She has to be careful of that solo on the north side, though, if she wants to get inside of zone. As they basically now all have to. The zone shifting again. Oh, nice little spot onto Netkiss is there. She's going to be able to take her down very, very easily. That's De Muerte out. So that's going to be another point going the way of the Wildcats, but in fact, only Kara has zone right now. All the rest of these teams have to move in, and actually it's a 4v1v1v1. So I kind of feel like, DK, we should know who's going to win this match.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, she didn't see? Interesting. Interesting.
Istanbul Wildcats, off they go. Boars Gaming still going to be holding nice and steady. Ooh, this could get interesting. Yep, there we have it. Zaytona getting just absolutely uprooted here. So Kara Esports need to be careful, right? This is not the time to get overconfident. But you know, things are still looking like it is quite favorable for them here, even though there's only one player standing between them and that potential victory.
Yes, indeed. It sure is. Rose has spotted her out. There we go. That's going to be that spot coming through. Rose, don't do the same as your teammate. Don't be doing it. Does it? She does it. Bazumi, what can you do? Do not go 1v1 here. They know where baby is, but she could definitely do some work here if they go 1 by 1 like this. But no, that Molotov is going to take her well down. The nades as well. That's going to be it. Say baby can do nothing else here. Down she goes, and it was kind of iffy at the end there, but Kara Esports going to be able to take the first winner chicken dinner of this day.
Yeah, indeed does get the victory, gets the clutch, the dub, the whatever you want to call it. They got the job done, right? So, yeah,
Sure
a great
did.
start to the action. Kara Esports, though, looking very confident, right? Very, very confident. You know a team is confident when they start roaming around in the vehicle looking for the opponents in an open field, right?
Yeah.
That's just, there's no trees, a few hay bales to hide behind, but nothing really. So that just shows the confidence that Kara Esports came into this match with. So I think a pretty decent performance that we've had, though not necessarily going the way that we were expecting. Not that I really was expecting anything, but it's good to see kind of what the teams are bringing and what their approach will be for the remainder of the day. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree. It's been some really cool action coming in from all of them. Kara had, I mean, I said it in the beginning of the, or sort of the mid of the game, right? I was like, they're in the middle of the field. No one is looking at them. They're center zone right now. They could just wait and chill and pick off teams left, right, and center. So it was a really nice game for them to start off. A little bit iffy towards the end there, losing one, then losing another. I was like, uh-oh, don't start doing silly things. But they didn't. They rallied. They got it together. They used those utilities excellently, and yeah, they got that win. So it's a big point gap coming through from them, possibly. Although I will say as well, we cannot miss Afterlife Nova with those 10, 11 points that they got. Yes, it wasn't a top 3 finish, but double digits nonetheless. So for that first game, we had a couple of teams actually that did some really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Istanbul Wildcats also one of those squads locking in quite a few eliminations. We also did see De Muerte popping off quite a bit as well. So I'm curious to see exactly what the overall point spread is, and of course we'll get into that momentarily. But yeah, I think for the first match of the day, it was a really good one, right? A nice zone that they were presented with. Again, not taking them into too much of a challenging position with regards to ensuring they stay within that zone, but super challenging position with regards to the overall layout, right? Bare open ground, nowhere to hide, and all you can do is fight. That is it.
Yeah.
Step up or go to the lobby, one of the two.
It's one of those two, and it's the only two options you have, right? There's no option C. It's only those two, and you gotta pick which one is gonna work for you. For some of these teams, it was one. For some of these teams, it was another. And maybe in the next game it'll be reversed. Listen, it makes sense, alright? It makes sense in my head. It's fine. But yes, really good game from a lot of these teams, from all of these teams, to be honest. I'm excited to see what's going to be happening in the next game, as well as we should be getting into that fairly shortly as well. But yeah, I want to see first the breakdown of what all of this game really meant. Let's see those numbers. I think we'll be seeing those very shortly. But I'm going to be interested to see where actually those points mean, where they actually all broke down in those overalls. Because yes, it's only the first game, right? Yes, it's only the first game. It's fine. However, going into game number 2, I kind of want to see what our gaps are.
Yeah, I was gonna ask some questions about English there, but hey, we'll take it. We'll just keep going. But yeah, we'll get into the team stats and the MVP breakdowns and all those things pretty soon. But I mean that was the first one now, right? Done and dusted. Obviously, we know Erangel. But so we are going to be having Miramar coming up as well. Right, and I'm pretty sure there could maybe be a little bit of Sanhok in the wing as well, maybe snuck in somewhere, right? So I want to see how everything that they've learned now in this first match combined with what they had in the first and or second week of gameplay, how that's going to combine and kind of take their trajectory or their projection into the second match, right? Are they going to be able to improve, apply what they've learned, or is it going to be the same as what we've had in just this past game, right? Because I believe there's a few teams that I don't think we've seen everything from them just yet. Yes, first game, litmus test, we get it, right? Teams trying to get over the nerves. But we want to see a little bit more of those nerves starting to settle a bit more so as we get into the second, third, and so on. So, yeah, I'm curious as to what they will have for us. But of course, yeah, we'll get into the team stats and the breakdown soon.
Soon.
Yeah.
Yes, it will
Soon.
be soon. That is quite correct, but not soon enough, to be honest. We got to get into some more action, right? I mean, I said it at the beginning of the game. These girls were not going to mess around.
Yeah.
They were not going to wait. They didn't. They really, really didn't. They got into those positions and started taking shots at each other very, very quickly. So which you love to see. As a viewer, as somebody on the desk, you want to see that action coming on through. But what are the results of that action? Here you go. On to the overall standings we go. Remember, this is only game number 1. This is all subject to change. Everything's very close right now. However, to have 6 teams in double-digit points in one game, to me, is kind of crazy, DK.
It is. I mean, but it's no surprise, right? We did see De Muerte going crazy with those 7 eliminations. Boars, as well as the Wildcats. I mean, Reborn Valkyries, as we saw all the way to the very end of this match. Just continuing on with the pressure, right? Galatasaray coming through with 3, though. Dope. Also, then only with 2 in STG, picking up 1 alongside Lido. Okay. Sure. We'll blame it on... first game jitters, right? We'll say that's what it was. And of course, they are going to be looking to step it up as we head into this next game.
Yes, indeed. And I love that STG actually survived as long as they did. That crash should have been really just them back to the lobby immediately, but they survived a little while longer to get that placement point as well as an elim, so good on them. But yeah, Kara up there with 14, Afterlife with 13. Again, the power of those elims, right? Only 2 placement points going to them, but 11 elims means they're right up there in second place, ahead of the Wildcats, ahead of the Valkyries as well. Boars G and De Muerte, both of those teams gonna be tied with 10 points as well. Then kind of it gets a little bit more of a gap, 4 points difference. But yeah, it's only the first game. We'll have to see where the next game will take us, what that is going to do to that overall. And I'm excited to see what that actually has entailed for game number 2.
Yeah, I will see if there's tails or if it's heads or, you know, whichever way the coin is going to split. And we'll see exactly how the teams will maybe look to adapt to that. I don't think we need match scores because the overall scores and the match scores, same.
The same.
Right? Because first game, same. So no biggie on that one. But we'll see soon enough exactly whether or not we will have access to more statistical thingies, or yeah, that was it, right? Excitement. Yes, this very technical term that for those who didn't know, statistical thingies. It's a fancy term to say numbers. Right. Yeah. I have to say it in a clever way because apparently Neptura doesn't like numbers all that much, right? They freak her out a bit, so...
Yeah, it's a bit of a phobia of mine.
Yeah.
Numbers, nasty.
Yeah. It is what it is, but...
it is what it is.
You should never look at a calendar because the days are numbered.
5? They are numbered, aren't they? They are numbered, yeah.
That's how it
that
works.
5 is looking at me funny. I don't like it up on top of the screen there as well. But anyway, it's fine. Game number 2 coming up very shortly, guys.
Yeah, game number 2 is like the 5, but it's turned around. It's just the other way. So we'll see pretty soon exactly what that is going to be bringing in. But of course, yeah, I gotta say though, last season, if we look back to kind of the same point as to where we were, right? Teams really ramped up the overall performances as we went through. STG last season played a very consistent few matches. We could say the same coming through for the Istanbul Wildcats. Lida also, right? It's not surprising to see that kind of performance that we had from the side of Lida, but
right,
I want to see somebody else step it up, right? Galatasaray, they have this maneuver thing where they wait a little bit, right? Trying to bait the teams into a false sense of confidence. And then when they're like, oh, we got it, they go like, no, you don't. And then pop.
The thing is, though, I feel like after winning 3 seasons
Mm.
in that way, you'd kind of think that teams would be like, nah, you're not fooling us anymore. We
Mm.
know your ways. We know your wisely ways. Don't just leave it alone. But um yeah, I feel like they've got to do something else, right? There's no way after 3 back-to-back wins, you can be allowed to do the exact same thing and still win. That would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, but it's
I
not
don't know.
it's I don't think it's a sense of being allowed to do something, right? Looking at it is they are just that dang good.
Yeah,
Right.
it's true.
It's not somebody's
It's
going
true.
like, here's Galatasaray, we'll let them in. They let themselves in, right? They work themselves into that position. But I think essentially what we're saying is we'd love to see other teams adopt a similar mindset to what we've seen come through in previous seasons, right? Bring that evolution, bring that challenge, that change. Because yes, we are looking at some pretty exciting games, but you know, we also want to start sweating because it's that challenging. It's that crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. We need to see it. We need to see it, and we need to see it now. When is that next game going to come on through? Very, very shortly. We just have to kind of wait and see what the next few slides are going to be. I think we'll be heading into a short break before the game as well, just to get it all set up and make sure it's all good to go. But guys, if you've been here before, you know the drill. You know what an esports tournament does. You know what it looks like. We're going to go into a break before the next match. That's just how it is. We're going to have our slides before we go into the break. That's how it is. And you have to listen to us yap before we get into that as well, because that's also how it is. So,
As exciting as it
might
is.
as well, yeah, as exciting as lovely as this is, y'all better settle down, get your snack, get your drink. We're going to be here a while. This is only game number 1. We have 4 more to go, and they're all going to be as exciting as this one.
Yeah, not only 4 more, we actually have 14 more to go, right? Because there's
Oh, you're
15
right.
in total, right? So 4 for today, yes. And then
Yes.
the others come in as well. And there's going to be 5 each day.
1 winner. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can be the one, right? You can be the number 1.
Be the one.
Yeah, on the
Yes.
standings, the overall standings, be the top team, the top squad, because it works. It's great. We're just waiting to see if we are going to be receiving any more stats, any more things heading our way. If not, yeah,
Breaky,
it's going to be break right after that piece that will be making its way on through. But yeah, it's interesting also looking at the shoutouts that we have coming through here. A lot of people supporting for the side. They have Dope. We've seen Bonfire receiving a bit of that love come through. Boris Gaming also getting a few of their supporters rooting in the chat. S2G also getting a bit of love there. And yeah, if you've not rooted or supported a team in the chat just yet, go ahead and do it, right? Tell us who you are here to watch, and tell us who do you think are going to be the ones to clutch it out. Do you think the previous 3 seasons are going to be repeated? And if not, which we hope is the case, tell us who, right? Tell us who.
Go on.
Give us your
Go on,
predictions.
DK.
No, we can ask.
turn.
I'll ask someone who I know is pretty good at making predictions. That might not want to make a prediction, but that could be watching in the chat, right?
Poor Max.
I'll ask for a silent response, and not out loud. You know, because we know once it's said out loud,
It cannot be taken back.
yes, right. So
Consequences are major. Yeah.
it is what it is, right? It is.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
I kind of have the same thing going, though. You're
Yeah.
lucky, DK. You don't have a caster curse.
I just know how to control mine. See, like there's a dial. You gotta just turn the right dial. Yeah. Yeah. But it's
Okay.
the thing. But speaking about curses and things, though, completely unrelated to that, right? In
Yeah.
this past match, what would you say was your most exciting play?
Ooh. Probably the final one.
Yeah.
Because Kara, still going with those cars, still being very confident, managed to lose 2 of their players. I mean, it was iffy there for a second. It could have gone very, very badly, but I enjoyed the use of utility. They regrouped very quickly. They used that Molotov, followed up with a nade, and then they got the win. So I liked that play. What about you?
I would say definitely, even though it was one of the few angles that we saw, was the fact of where Sativa were positioned. right? Just the way that they were able to utilize that compound, right? Taking the fights up to the north as well as to the east and that western front. So I think that was definitely a good showing of what can be done with a building, and also just how important that building itself is when it's on the western side of zone, right? If it's on the eastern side of zone, not necessarily as effective, but you know, there's some spots and some timings for buildings to be utilized and worked at. But I do believe, I hope that we are going to be heading into a little bit of that Miramar very soon. I believe it's Miramar that's going to be the next one up. So it's just about just a bit of time so we get to see the plane getting dusted off, the players ensuring that their parachutes are properly packed in, because you don't want to get tangled. Right, it's not a very fun thing, especially if you're heading into the desert. You're just gonna lie there and bake in the sun, and yeah, who knows what can happen.
Very true. Very true indeed. I wouldn't want to get caught up in the parachute. That wouldn't be fun at all, actually. That would be nasty. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, nobody actually ends up doing that in game, you know? Yeah. We want everybody to have a safe landing so then they can fight each other and get into some real action there without anything having to do with parachutes. Leave the parachutes out of this. We don't want it.
Yeah. I mean, if that happens, you become a sack of potatoes, right? So, yeah.
True.
On the way down, you just shout chips, and then, woo! Happy day.
Chat, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, but it seems like we are getting ready to, we're almost going to be heading into our next match, so it seems like we are skipping the whole break, hence why you've been looking at our faces for the past 5 minutes. So yeah, here we are. I just got to point out the numbers every now and again.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what are you looking forward to moving into the next one? Do you have any potential predictions, maybe, when it comes to the next game?
Wildcats.
Yeah.
Because they played quite well in that game. They're a very good Miramar team, and they played very well in that game. So if it is going to be a Miramar coming up next, then I'm definitely keeping my eye on them for sure. What about you?
Ooh, that is definitely, I'd say, an interesting question. If I have to look at... Chat. No, I didn't look at, but I'm looking at the stats now. Right, so that gives me a more accurate prediction as to what could be coming on
numbers.
Through. Yes, those things that you don't like to look at, I am just engorging myself in them. I think, contrary to what we saw in the past match, I think Boostgate could maybe step it up in the next match. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, because I know they got their hands on a winner chicken dinner in the previous week, at least somewhere along the way. So I want to see if they can actually convert that into a little bit more of a consistent play. Yes, they got one winner chicken dinner, but one chicken is sometimes enough, right? Just to show that you possess certain capabilities and things. And yeah, I mean, they got a chicken dinner with 15 eliminations, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Why not? But yeah, we are loading ourselves closer and closer to that next match. So yeah, I can hear the very faint and distant humming and drumming of airplane engines starting up, warming up, getting ready to do a little bit of a something. So where do you think we are going to be going with regards to that flight path? What angle? Not necessarily towns, but what angle? Yes.
I think it's gonna go Valle del Mar to Campo Militar. Diagonal, straight across. Yeah. What about you?
Let's find out.
Hey, let's find out. Oh, I was so close. You know, I almost did a straight up and down horizontal zone plane path, but I didn't. I went, nah, it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna do that at all. It did it. Man.
Okay, so where do you think the zone's gonna go?
Zone El Pozo. What about you?
Ooh, okay, that's an interesting one. I'd go south here, towards Partona, Los Leones, maybe Buchmacera, you know, somewhere along the southern side. Not necessarily straight up side, but somewhere to the south.
Okay. Well, we'll see in just a few short moments. It won't be long until we see where that zone is going to go. A lot of these teams have gone down to the south side. DK,
Yeah.
you definitely win this one, but
Hmm.
man, oh man, what is that? 30-40% water? You're looking at not much land to go around for these teams.
Hey, they made a splashdown, so I'm all for it. It is going to be quite difficult for the teams to especially continue into those later games. But what we have seen also is, even though that first initial shift might seem somewhat aggressive, it kind of fixes itself as we move into phase number 2, phase number 3. And I agree here with with D that a camel is definitely a lot more exciting than a Vespa.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But is the Murado more exciting than the Camel? Yes, it is. I mean, you do have more cover, right? You can just pop the top on that. Oh, especially when you've got that skin on it. Oh my. What a skin. That's great. And you know, I need a Murado skin. I don't have one. All my skins are for like my coops.
Ask Max.
I need a Murado.
That's my
I
answer
should do.
to
Hey,
everything.
Max.
That's my answer to everything.
Yeah, as it should be.
Yeah, who's gonna 1v1 the
Excellent
teams?
notion.
Max. Who's got the car skin?
Max.
Max. Yeah, it's always.
So true.
Yeah, whether it's true or not, that it's true.
Yeah.
It just is. Yeah, but what's also true is that there's no one really up in Los Leones. Of course, no surprise to see that be the case, because as we know, Los Leones is one of those locations where some teams dare to venture in, but even if multiple teams do, there's a good chance that they won't even know the other squad is there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is interesting because I did think that there were a few teams that all landed in Los Leones, but looking at the minimap, I only see After Live, so it could be that they've all kind of moved away from the center of town, whereas Afterlife have not. So we'll see how that turns out for them. At the moment, nobody has to go and move anywhere, right? They are all inside circle. If you're in Los Leones, then you're in the zone. So that's all good for now. Wanda using a oh, I thought that vehicle was climbing up the walls of that house, but they're not. But yeah, Wanda using that Winnie. Nice to see a sniper being used here as we look over to Valle del Mar. Jekko, unfortunate to only have or to get 0 points in that last match. Looking for a few more in game number 2, and the zone is just not going to be too kind to them. 1,600 meters to go for them and a team in front of them, as we saw a second ago. So Jekko, gotta be very, very careful with how they play this next few moments.
Yeah, definitely will have to keep their eyes absolutely peeled to the plays here. But this is a great opportunity for Jetco to, go a little bit crazy, to show us, or rather just show off a little bit more. Yeah, everybody for the time being keeping their distance, being quite respectable with regards to the looting phase. Not going to be, trying to upset anybody unnecessarily, and I can respect that. But we want to see some action, right? STG and I think Lida also, each not necessarily walking away with a lot of points in the first match. This could be a great opportunity for a little bit more of that continuation now to make its way on in. And so far, as we know, Afterlife, the team that has set the standard with regards to those eliminations, sitting with a very comfortable 11, right? That's almost a full dozen. So I wonder if any other squad is going to be looking to maybe surpass that when it comes to the aggression.
It's entirely possible, and it's not difficult for a lot of these girls, right? I think we've seen it many, many times before, as we see Got Infinity just gonna be taking out that beautiful Murado and D with it. Down she goes. That's gonna be Yogi taking her out there, first Elim on the board, and kind of goes into what I was saying, right? These teams, these girls, they do not mess about when it comes to those eliminations. They make sure they get them fast, quickly, and they're out at once again. They don't mess about. They don't try and do too much. They just get as many elims as possible, as safely as possible as well. And that really speaks to their longevity as well. That's how they're able to get so many elims. That's how they are able to get those 15 elim chicken dinners, as we said before the game started. So going to be interesting to see how that ends up going, especially with this zone. The zone is going to be so tough, and you're going to have to rely on those eliminations before you do anything.
Yeah, that's definitely something that the teams will have to capitalize on. But speaking about capitalizing, I actually want to see a little bit more from, not see more from, but just see the team a bit more, right? The Reborn Valkyries, they actually played a very good game in our first match here. So let's see if we'll have a few more of those surprises. Of course, Alpha Angels, I think this could be their opportunity to try and secure a few more additional points. Them and, of course, Boostgate. Both teams were sent back empty-handed, not walking away with anything over on Erangel. But let's see. Maybe they'll surprise us with a few spray downs coming in either direction. Tori playing a little bit of hide and seek there. Gotta have those weapons in hand before you start making moves. But Damla and the rest of the players on the boosted gate side, nice bit of a position here as well, Impala is going to be the place to be as soon as this kind of snowball effect, I think, gets kicked into motion.
I'm almost just kind of wondering who's the first team to go out here. Wait a second. It might be it might be Galatasaray getting a bunch of these points here. Was that just an elimination from rotation onto Sativa, or is that going to be a clash coming through in the next couple of moments? We will find out. But for Sativa, I don't know. I feel like this is a very strong team. They're one that I'm watching very closely. And so for them, it does not bode well to lose one so early as this. But we'll see. The Valkyries, on the other hand, might just come into contact with lighter esports here as well. They have to be careful on that front. As all these teams, this north side is going to get very, very busy. The east and west as well. Only the south side is not going to be busy, and it's only not going to be busy because it's full of water. No one's going to be down there, DK.
I mean, that's maybe not necessarily a bad spot to be in. So let's see. You know, if we maybe could have a few fishes coming through. Maybe looking to play a few potential angles along the way. For the time being, it is going to be the Reborn Valkyries, as I mentioned before, that we are going to be looking at right here. Lider just ahead of them. But now, let's take a look over on that map so we can see where these teams find themselves. Of course, it is going to be Impala still with the two squads situated over there. But down towards the south is going to be Boars as well as Kara. That could now really start rolling on up as they do take a full-on approach, just flying up into the zone. Looking to see if they can maybe find a decent position to call home.
Well, thank goodness it's not gone anywhere near that coastline. Some respite for these girls as they make their way in. Now, Lighter now in an excellent position. The question is, do they want to stay here, or do they want to find somewhere else that might suit their needs a little bit better? Kara now Bazumi going down in that Elam feed. That's going to be one taken away from our last game's winners. Lighter do look like they want to stay put, though. Nicely done. It's a good position to be in terms of that zone. I do kind of worry that there's a lot of angles that can be taken onto this compound that could make them quite stuck quite easily. But in terms of positioning in zone, this is a very good spot. So we'll see how it goes. And now, DK, this Elam feed is starting to pop off. We are starting to see that Elam feed go a little bit crazy. Those knocks are coming through here. And we do see Alpha Angels and BGT now both clashing here. They have to do something. They're outside of zone right now, not by much, but by enough to want to get this fight over with.
Well, let's see. Ooh, who wants it more? You see Alexa finding Elia over on towards the side. Quick little peek and push, but now it is going to be BGT looking to avenge, right? The pressure could continue to climb as two players are down here for the Angels. Oh, nice bit of a jump shot finding its way in, but it will not be enough as Vendetta is the last one left for the squad. Nice bit of a vantage point that she's got available to her here, but can she make that connection with the grenade, right? One nade could very well end the whole play here for BGT.
They have to be so careful not to group up too much here. She did see her. We know she did. Vendetta just going to be able to maybe take a little sneak attack here. But BGT, they've got to be very aware that somebody's still here. I think Maz may have just seen her there. Not sure, but the zone moving on through now does mean that that time is ticking. She doesn't have long. She has to move into zone, but the zone is away from the wall. It's no, they know. They've all spotted her. That information has been put through, so now they're looking directly at her. She's got to know it. Her days are numbered unless she can get out of there safely. That nade just lobbing over the top. Nice smoke, actually. Really well placed. Might have just bounced down the hill a little bit too much, but it is going to keep... Oh! Wait, this is a push coming through from them. I did not expect that. I thought that was just a smoke to try and make sure that they could get away safely. It's not. They want the end of this. That was a push forward. And now Vendetta being pushed well to the back of the church. And here come the rest of the cavalry. BGT making a strong push in. That could be a great nade, though. Again, they have to be very careful that they don't push all at once. Something you want to do, but not do enough just like that. She does get one elim. Does get that knock, could get another, does, switches over, gets a third! Wait, no, Vendetta could actually do this. Can she do it? No, not yet. Not yet. Gotta get that Uzi, gotta reload, get the point first. Now she needs to get another reload, now she needs to heal up or something. But no, she's trying to get a sneak point anywhere she can, but the rifle's gonna be coming through now.
Ooh,
but
look at this.
Maz is so low, so low. Oh,
Come on. Come on.
Gets the reload. Oh, it's the squad wipe. It is the squad wipe. Aided by the zone, but my goodness me. Vendetta, 1v4, there's no doubt about it. Has all the things she needs now, and she can carry home her team a little while longer. What a play coming in from Vendetta there.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, talk about a clutch. That was a clutch, right? I mean, absolutely insane. I was a little bit worried about that nade. It looked like it was pretty much overcooked, but it went out. It did exactly what it needed to do, so well done. That was an amazing play. But now, Sativa again, finding yourselves in quite a bit of a predicament here, already poking and prodding into the side here of the Istanbul Wildcats. Again, the utilities coming into play, not necessarily finding damage this time around, but look at this. It is going to be... Nog just flying on in, not even waiting to get out of the car, just, going boots up and flying all over the place. But they got to be careful, though, because if they make too much noise, of course, they are going to draw the attention, from God Infinity just over that hill. Good spray, though, coming in from Nog. Just poking into Shank. 2 players already down, and this could be quite a drastical play now for the side of the Wildcats.
Could indeed. I sung their praises just before this game, and now it looks like it's kind of bit them a little bit here. They're out in zone. Just 2 left alive. Trying to get the heal up. There we go. Fireshine will go down here to that Scar. Catveins takes out Vendetta. She got that squad wipe, but is unable to make it further than that. But she'll be happy with that. I feel like that's a fair assessment. That squad wipe will be a nice little token to take into the next game. Meanwhile, Wildcats do go out. 0 points on the board for them. Jetgo as well. We didn't see them earlier, but they did go out quite early on. 0 points on the board for them as well. So, rough start for a couple of these teams here. I mean, even AA, right? Even BGT, they got some points, but they just went out so early. That's just what happens on a clash.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And now, let's see what the Reborn Valkyries are going to be bringing in here for us. They have Galatasaray now starting with a slow, steady approach. Lider Esports also trying to climb their way on back. But this is an interesting play, though, for Lider, because Galatasaray is right in front of them. So we could be looking at quite a bit of an interesting, odd-shaped pincer coming through here from both that western and eastern side. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Leora, who did such a great job finding the last few sprays, as we saw, onto the Wildcats there. Now also getting picked on up. Quick little bit of push in with the car. Just the impact into the corner of the building is enough to send out the shockwaves and bring in those knocks. But now comes the big play, the big push.
Okay, so somebody naded Tofi. That was a teammate nade to finish off the point there, so that's unfortunate. They didn't need to do that. But that is what happens. They do lose Tofi earlier than planned. Zeros walks straight into the fire, and actually Lighter might be able to pull this off. We could see something here from Lighter. Those nades are enough. One is down, that is for sure. But they still got a strong nade game going here at the minute. Liat over just inside that doorway, trying to get any sort of spray she can. She does find something. Hillel able to find enough points there to get a second knock there from her teammate, but now getting third-partied. RVL also looking to take some names. That's going to be a point stolen away, and they have to be very, very careful of what they do next now.
Yep, a great opportunity. Ooh!
Wow, Hillel.
For the Valkyries.
Clean.
Galatasaray coming in clutch again. LDR getting taken right out of here. Afterlife also in a good position here. They also could look to come in with even more of those third-party opportunities, as it is going to be Boars Gaming rotating up just below them here. So the team's definitely starting to circle as we're about to pop into stage number 5.
Stage number 5, and we've only got 11 teams left, is kind of crazy. That's just going to show just the amount of action that these girls get into so early on. Afterlife Nova trying not to be too crazy with anything, especially up against the Boars. One down, one back in the lobby already here. Luna 6 should be able to get this res, hopefully, but the Boars want to move in with a lot of nades, and comeback might just not be coming back. Luna 6 as well, it's all down to comeback all of a sudden, and that's going to be a very, very easy cleanup for the Boars. GG's. The Boars are on 10 points, somehow, some way. In the midst of it all, we were so busy looking at a bunch of other teams, we did not notice the double-digit elims coming in from Boars now.
I mean, these ladies are cooking, right? They are cooking up a storm
They
out
sure
here
are.
in the lovely Miramar. But let's see, are they going to turn their eyes onto a few more potential victims? As you can see, the team's now absolutely starting to move in below them. And I think the Boars actually have a beautiful, beautiful position. Smack dab center, elevated, and they've got all the squads up in Los Leones, situated towards that western front. Galatasaray now having a few shots being poked into the side of them, but of course there we have it. Look at that play. The Muerte though trying to capitalize on a bit of a sneak attack here, sneaking up behind the Boars.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really good play from De Muerte. Boars obviously have the massive advantage here in this zone. So for the Boars, they really need to make sure they get this or kind of forfeit the win. I mean, that is a little drastic to say at this point, but when you look at the positioning in zone, and even if the zone shifts away from that mountaintop, it covers so much of the zone currently that you're going to be able to still be in it to a certain extent. You're still safe for the next couple of zones. But are they safe from De Muerte? Perhaps not. There is a knock being taken out there onto the Boars, and now the Valkyries want to take advantage of some things as well. They're going to be moving up to the north side, to those little ridges, to that mountainside on the other side of the road. Galatasaray might just do the same here.
It definitely might, and we'll find out soon what exactly they have in store for us. Valkyries, though, still playing a little bit of a spread out positioning with regards to the other squads, right? They have a big old mountain in between them and where the other teams are situated. Of course, if it is the side of Galatasaray, the Reborn Valkyries are not going to be complaining about that too much, as they can now focus all their efforts right on towards them. And I think the nice thing about this is, if you can't see the other squads, there's usually a very high chance that they also can't see you either. So, you know, a nice ditch positioning that they're looking to get themselves situated in here. Let's hope that the play pans out for them.
It's looking very busy in Los Leones, though. I mean, I suppose that's understandable, right? That's the city that's got the most amount of cover. That's where a lot of these teams have come in from on that side. But still, there's a lot of teams very, very close together here. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least coming in here. So we'll see what they can do with it. Surely the teams up to the north side, I'm looking at the Valkyries, they should be going down. I feel like they're outside of zone. The zone continues to shift down to the south side, and when you look at Bonfire's position, at least, you can see that they have a clear sight line over onto them. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, De Muerte and Boars, they're just going to keep going head to head here. Again, another knock on their side.
Well, I will take all the action we can get right here. And I mean, there's been bucket loads of it already, but the team's not going to be backing off anytime soon. Good spray coming through here from the side of Bonfire. Upstate 7, as you can see, STG now falling victim to some pretty great scope work. But STG, will they have a way to kind of bounce back, maybe bounce out of there? It's going to be tough because Dope has also now joined in that exact same position. So Melek is going to have her hands absolutely full to the brim. And I mean, look at this though. Layla, relentless, right? Poking and popping off in all directions, shooting anyone and everything that moves. In the meanwhile, we will say goodbye to God Infinity, as they are going to be the next team to make their way out of this game. The Muerte still holding nice and steady up on towards that southern side. Bonfire, in the meanwhile, now having even more victims moving up towards them.
Goodness me. That was a nice push coming in from the Valkyries. I'm going to give them that, but the Bonfires have a really good response, as well as that's a great nade coming in there. Is going to get another player there. That's going to be the follow-up nade. Immediate flush coming through. Bonfire really, really good with those nades. Going to be the push coming in.
Let's see if they're going to be good enough, though. I mean, I'm sure the answer is most probably and very likely yes. But here we go. It is going to be Purple and the rest of the crew now getting themselves ready for a bit of a showdown. You can see the Reborn Valkyries getting ready for what is going to be maybe an absolute heat wave, finding it over in their direction. We want to see these trades. We want to see these fights. We want to see these plays unfold as Bonfire, Upstate 7 now, get ready to mount their absolute assault. But they got to be quick about it, because you can see Dope also going to be hanging in the wing.
And Dope, we've seen them before. You do not want them to be waiting anywhere near you. We know what they can do. We've seen a lot of those girls before. Let's see what they have up their sleeves. And as the Boars start to get taken over bit by bit, the Muerte on the south side, Galatasaray on the north side here just keep getting bombarded with nades. Amaya, now the final one left standing. The Muerte might just have been able to take this position from them slowly but surely. It's been really interesting to watch them, because it's not been a 4v4. It's not been a total assault. It's just been picking them apart bit by bit. So far, it has worked. Boars might just go home with 11 elims here from this game. Maybe 12. We'll see. Does get 12. There we go. Another point on the board. Rin does go on out here. Pinky next up to bat with that UMP. Is she going to do it? Yes, she is. Pinky, great job there with that spray coming on through. And Boars going to have to be content with 12 points on the board.
Oh, I mean, only 12.
Right?
Yeah.
Disappointed, honestly. Only 12 elims.
Yeah.
SMH.
No, very, very impressive performance coming through there from the side of the Boars. And I mean, that is our craziest play yet, right? The biggest one we had previously was 11, and the Boars now doubled down and they got more, right? Because it rhymes with their name as well. So phenomenal performance, irrespective of where they finished in this one. They also walk away with those placement points. So I think it's a pretty decent day, especially if you're in the side there of Boars Gaming. Coming into the match with 10 points to their name, adding 12 plus placement. Yeah, they're going to be sitting quite pretty. I'm curious as to what Kara is going to be doing, as again, we see them moving up from that southern side. Are they going to come in with a bit of a surprise play? Maybe looking to clutch up with yet another winner chicken dinner. In the meanwhile, it is going to be the Valkyries, though, finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament, right? Absolutely getting bullied from up on the hillside. Fortunately for them, Galatasaray had enough, and they now start to move on forward, applying all the pressure that they can find and muster. But I like the approaches that we see from a lot of the squads here, right? Just that nice, slow and steady, consistent picking away at the opponents.
Yeah, I like what Kara has done for sure, and I like that as well that De Muerte are not being too distracted by what's going on behind them. Yes, they're losing players quite quickly, but they're still making sure that they can get as many points as possible down to the south side. They know that something is happening down there. They know that there's points to be had. That's gonna be Halal from Galatasaray now making some moves down onto the south side, but Melita not really caring that she's got two teams next to her. They can fight it out for all she cares, and that was kind of the worry I had, right? Kara making a really good entrance onto this hillside, a really nice little third party, but they gotta be careful because Galatasaray are in direct line, and if they get a little too tunnel visioned onto De Muerte here, it could really spell the end for them, but we will see. Because it might just go down here. Melita does go down, but so does Seitanova. Next up is Lala. She's down to a very low health, but that is going to be De Muerte taken on out Rose. Rose and Lala actually only two players left alive right now. Bazumi went out earlier. Seitanova unable to get rezzed up until she's over in this corner. Nice little corner. Actually, nobody's going to be there. That does mean now, though, that Galatasaray should have complete control of the hillside.
Yep, it does seem to be that way. And now is going to be that opportunity for them to really come into their own. But it is a 3v3v2 here, so there is a 35% chance for Kara to step up and clutch it out. 27% chance here for the side of Dope. And of course, Galatasaray coming through with the highest probability. But as we've seen, probabilities sometimes can not necessarily always be that accurate, but most of the time it is. So we'll see how this one plays out. Kara, though, still going to be trying to do everything they can to increase their odds, but definitely taking damage, that is not going to help boost the confidence.
No, it isn't. I will say Kara won the last game, top 3 this game. Can they bring it back with another back-to-back? I don't think so, not with Halal and an MG3 in hand. My goodness me, that's not a weapon you want to see in the hands of this player. And she turns her attention now to Kara. The rest of Kara, rather. There we go. That's going to be another one. Seitanova taken on out. That's her 6th elimination. Meanwhile, Halal now going to be going over to Taiga. There we go. Trying to take out 2 teams at once here. Hana. She saw her. She stopped the heal because she saw her, but not going to be able to do anything there. Next up, who is it? That's going to be that reload coming on through. Rest of her team just going to be healing on up. Zeros moving in with the zone. The zone gets closer and closer now. Stage 9 is on the board right now. Maddie going to be able to get picked up as well. So now we are up to a 3v2v1. Kara just down to that solo player. Lala hiding in the crevices. What can she do against this MG3? I don't know. I certainly couldn't do anything against it.
What you can do is cross your fingers and hope that it misses you, right? It's not it's not a high probability of that happening, but good nade though, good plays coming through.
Excellent.
As we do see Dope getting taken on down, and of course Galatasaray coming in clutch as the ladies step up to the plate, deciding that they want everything and anything that they can find along the way, including all the bags of tricks that they have available to them. But yeah, no surprise to see Galatasaray doing some amazing, amazing things. Of course, are we surprised? No, because we know these ladies are super, super capable. But yeah, we got to give it up though, because I think that positioning over towards the eastern side of Los Leones, just such a phenomenal hill to kind of play off of. And I think, once the teams really started getting themselves situated up there, we saw Boars doing pretty good. We did see, Dope also having their swing at a few things there. So that is definitely quite a strong position, especially if the zone was shaped the way it was, right? Aside from the circle, but where it was positioned. Um, so yeah, I think it was a pretty decent angle to play off of. I just corrected myself before you could start pulling faces. So there you go. But yeah,
Nice.
yeah. I mean, two
Yeah.
chickens in the bag. One going to Galatasaray, and of course the other one going over to Kara Esports. I think Kara
Mhm.
also a pretty good utilization of their angles as they moved up that hillside, though.
Yeah. No, I really like how they balanced both teams out equally, right? They didn't get too tunnel visioned one over the other, and they maintained a good position. They got second place in the end. Were they going to get first? Probably not with that MG3, not the way that it was going. That momentum was just going to be a little bit too much. It's Galatasaray after all. But a win followed by a second place is not half bad. So a really, really good show coming in from Kara so far. I'd love to see, or I will love to see what they have coming for us in the next
Mm.
few games for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had quite a few teams looking to step it up in this past match, and we had
Hmm.
quite a bit of that indeed. And of course, well, now's going to be the big question: are we going to have the opportunity to see a few more details? Right? I'm pretty sure we most likely will. Of course, we know we saw the overall rankings previously. Will we get to see the team stats and all those other breakdowns? Only time will tell. So, aside from Galatasaray, which team stood out for you in this past match?
The Muerte.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like their slow and steady approach against
Mm.
Boars because that was a really advantageous position. Boars had the advantage, so they knew that they couldn't take on 4v4, so they just went and picked at him one by one, very, very slowly over a couple of zones, and that really got rid of them. So that was really well played by Demarte. What about you?
I would go for, I would say, a dope, right? I think what they
Hmm.
did, especially moving through those last few phases, it was dope. So, you know,
Hmm.
good play on that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Also, they got a
Hmm.
very, very good serving when it came to the overall eliminations that they were able to
Yeah.
secure. I mean, of course, moving into the later few stages, they had 6, if I'm not mistaken. So that is going to bode quite well with them finishing well within that top 3. So, of course, we'll take a look at those overall standings pretty soon. But yeah,
Hmm. But yes, indeed, I agree. Some really cool stuff from all of these teams here. I want to see what chat thinks of it as well, though. I see
mm,
a few people, uh, really shouting out their teams here, but what do you think of that game? What I mean, 2 games in now. Is this what we can expect from the rest, for the rest of the evening? These kinds of games, I sort of feel like it might be right. This is like way lots of action right from the get go. We've gone to stage 9 already in match number 2. Galatasaray are already winning games. Kara is doing back to back top threes. I mean, there's a lot going on here, and next game is going to be Sanhok. Is it going to get crazier than this?
tell us in chat. Let us know what you think, right?
I
Um,
was asking you, but yeah.
oh, but you was talking to chat, and now,
I
okay,
know, but I'm
right.
switching it back to you, man.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that
Mm.
you were looking at me when you said that, but cool, we'll take it. Sure, right. So I'd say the answer is I'd hope to say yes, right. I'd love
Mhm.
to see the teams, really dial it up even more so. And we normally do see that happen right here in the PMEWL, right? As the ladies get a little bit more confident, a little bit more comfortable,
Mm.
the gameplay gets more and more intense. But yeah, I'd love to see it happen moving into the next one. And of course,
Mm.
well, speaking about moving into the next one, we are going to be hopping into a quick break or maybe taking a look at a few highlights. So stay tuned and we'll see you back soon.
Ну, друзья, как мы и видели, один из...
All right. Well, there we had it. A nice few replays coming off of the back of that last match. You can see Neptura in deep focus, just absorbing all the information from those few highlights that we had there. Things looking uh, pretty interesting indeed. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
some pretty hot plays. Of course, let's take a look and see what the overall point situation is with regards to our teams as well. As we know, it is now slowly but surely getting updated as we move our way through, right? We did see Kara and Boars all coming through with that. Of course, yeah, was it Boars or was it... Okay, well, here we have the points.
It was Kara number 1.
Yeah, no, I know
Kara
that.
number 1. But Boars is such an interesting... I mean, yes, okay, wait. They had 12 elims at the end of their round there, at the end of their game when they went out. So that does make sense.
Okay, I'm just reading the one in the wrong place, right? So the one is actually next to the side of Galatasaray. It's just...
Yes.
I'm just looking at it funny, that's all. But yes, it is what it is, as you can see.
It is what it is. They
Prioritized
are
by
still tied.
eliminations. Yes, there is still a tie indeed.
There is still a tie coming on through here. 24 points across 3 teams. Makes sense. Boars had a great game in the last game. Galatasaray, of course, had a great game in that last game. Kara with a back-to-back top 2 rather. So really good stuff coming in from them. There's a little bit of a gap, and then we start getting to the 18, 17, 14, 13. Istanbul Wildcats coming in that last place of those top 7. Only one team though still has 0 points. That's going to be Jekko, unfortunately, going out first both games. Not the start you really want to see. Hopefully, we can see them in the Sanhok do some really cool stuff. Same for Alpha Angels. We saw Vendetta get a 1v4 against Boostgate here, so maybe they can do something in this coming Sanhok. I really want to see something from the second half of the leaderboard. They need to really step up because with only 5 games left, or 5 games a day rather, you are looking at having 1 less game per day to actually do something. So when we get into that end of the Sanhok, if they've not done something by then, we only have 2 more games to go. And that really spells a lot of worry for those teams on the second half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, it definitely could spell a little bit of worry for those squads. But as we know, they still have, I'd say, up until maybe the end of the next match to try and kind of patch it up, right? To try and maybe do a little bit of something. If we don't see a drastic shift or drastic turnaround in their overall performance, moving to the later part of game 3 into game number 4, they need to go fix a little bit of something. At least, you know, there is one day where we could still award them a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit of a grace period. But the ideal would be that they kind of get all the kinks ironed out moving through today, so that when we step into tomorrow's matches, they do so with a lot more confidence, right? And a lot more assertiveness out onto the battlefield.
Absolutely, because the teams at the top of the leaderboard are not going to wait around. They are not going to wait for these teams to figure themselves out and figure out what we need doing. Day number 2, we go into tomorrow. They are guns blazing. They do not care if you've got everything together. They do not care if you're in the right mindset. They're going to take advantage of you if you aren't. They prefer that you're not in that correct frame of mind. So for those lower place teams, yeah, today is basically all they got. They have to get something done today. They have to get something changed today if something's not working, because tomorrow it's kind of almost game over the way some of these teams are already playing.
Yeah. So, as we said already, right, there's still a little bit of an opportunity to bring it up, to ramp up the overall plays. I believe the next match should be the one in which we see a great opportunity for that to be true. Of course, you know, based on what we've seen, just the standard flow of things, you know, a little bit of that jungle action could be a good way for teams to try and secure a few additional extra points. Maybe, right? Who knows?
Yes.
We shall find out, right? But I think, especially when we get back to Erangel and Miramar yet again, I think we want to see a little bit more of the teams now upping the ante, right? Because already they've worked their way through the previous 2 weeks. They worked their way through the first half of the day already, I'd say. So there
Mm-hmm.
should be already quite a bit of backed up information that they have that they now can look to apply moving forward
Yep.
into the remainder of these games. So, of course, I want to see that be the case here, right? Whether that will be or
Mm-hmm.
won't be, we'll find out. But let's hope it is.
Let's hope it is. I mean, Sanhok is always the map of action, right? It's
Mm.
the smallest map of the three. The teams have made it very clear that they know how to find each other on these larger maps, so putting them together on a much smaller map, such as Sanhok, is
Mm.
always so much fun. It's always going to bring out the chaotic side to these teams. It's always going to bring out those just harebrained plays that somehow work out in their favor. So I'm very much looking forward to this next game. It won't be too much longer until we start getting into that game, but for sure, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more things coming through, and I kind of want to say that as much as we've been trying to hype up the second place teams
Mm.
and wanting them to win, wanting them to do well in this game, Sandhawk is the game of those second half of the leaderboard teams. The teams that aren't doing so well always get a really good game on Sandhawk.
Mm.
Galatasaray as well do very well on Sandhawk. We've seen it many times before. And coming off of a big win like that, I don't know, DK. I kind of feel like we're heading into perhaps another domination from them.
Sincerely, for the rest of the lobby, I hope not.
True.
Would I say no if it was to happen? No, because they're scary. So I'll just go with it, right? Um,
Yeah.
Scary good, right?
Yes.
I don't know them personally, so I can't really comment on that. No idea. But skill wise, yes, they're scary. Once you see
Yeah.
the name there, you're like, okay, I know what's coming.
I'm good.
I'm sick. Yeah. Someone's calling me. I'll be right. It's one of those
Yeah.
instances. At least that would be for me because, well, I can't even compete against what these ladies bring out onto the
True.
battlefield. So yeah, but
Good.
I would love to see, and we've been talking about this for a good while, is I'd love to see somebody look to step up and stand up
Mm-hmm.
against
Mm-hmm.
the insanity that has been Galatasaray for the previous 3 seasons, right? So,
Yeah.
is there a possibility that we could see exactly that happen? Yeah, I do believe we could see that, right?
Mm.
Which one of these teams will it be that could maybe look to do that? I don't quite know. We'll see as we get further
Yeah.
and further through the proceedings of the day. But so far, I'd say maybe Kara Esports. There's a little bit of a something there, right? They
Yeah.
showed it in week 2.
Something.
So far today, they've also showed a little bit more of that, little bit of a something. I'd even extend that over into Afterlife Nova as well, right? Game 1,
Yeah.
especially for them, it went really, really well. So I'm curious as to, how they're going to look to move that a little bit further forward. Of course, there's a lot of opportunities for the teams to look to bring that in. I mean, yes, Kara, match 2, not necessarily the best run that they've had, only bringing in those 10 points. And I mean, you could say the same thing with Galatasaray, only, of course, picking up 3 points in the first match. But if you want to talk about consistency, though, Boars Gaming, they've been so far pretty consistent, right? 10 points in
Yeah.
match 1, 14 points in match 2. Exactly the opposite of what Kara has done. So I want to see where they go. There's a reason why we've got 3 teams currently tied up in pole position. And I think also the Muerte and the Muerte Occident and the Reborn Valkyries could also be 2 of the squads that, if they decide, they could bring quite a bit onto the battlefield itself.
I feel like one team we haven't seen as much from as I thought we would is Sativa, though.
Mm.
We haven't. We saw a lot from them in the first game,
Yeah.
but then they kind of fizzled out a little bit early. The zone just didn't go their way. That second game, we saw hardly anything from them, and this is the team that won their group in week number 1 by quite a margin, right? So I feel like I had wanted to see a little bit more from them right out the get-go, but we haven't. So maybe for Sandhawk, I'm going to be looking towards them as well. I want to see a little bit more from them. But the way that they have played in week number 1, I feel like they've kind of proven that they can do it. So if they want to take a longer day today, that's okay. I'm not now worried for them going, oh, what if they can't do it? Because obviously they can. They got the points in the first place. They got 125 points. to top their group in week number 1. So obviously they can do it. They topped Galatasaray because Galatasaray were in the same group, so obviously they can do it.
Mm.
But I just want to see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. We want to see a little bit more, right? And there's still a lot of opportunities for the teams to do exactly that. So, yeah, we're going to be looking forward to it. And of course, it does seem like we are getting closer and closer to our game number 3, which it will be.
Nice.
We'll go with Sanhok.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sanhok it is.
Yeah.
Love
we'll
to see
go
it.
with that. Of course, we will take a quicker look very soon as to what exactly that flight path is going to be bringing with us. I think the nice thing, of course, about Sanhok is the teams can pretty much reach just about everywhere and almost anywhere 90% of the time, depending on what the flight path decides to bring in their direction. So really looking forward to seeing where that first zone is going to be shifting. If you had to pick a decent zone for, I wanted to say no apparent reason, but let's just say if you had to choose, if you had to say in where the zone could go on a Sanhok, where would you like it to go in a competitive
Decent
sense?
zone or zone?
I'm asking you. You decide.
Doc. Why not?
We'll find out. In the meanwhile, let's see where we go.
You never do your predictions. It's your turn. You do a prediction.
Yeah, but like remember when I said earlier, I know when not to predict. Right, how to control them. That means not doing that. But I wasn't saying that you should do a prediction. I was just saying, like, where would you want to see a zone go? Very careful choice of words there. And what's also quite careful is where this next zone is going to be appearing, right? I've got this feeling in me that it's going to be somewhere within that square that we can see. Yeah.
Very astute. Very astute. Not thinking outside the box this time round. I like it.
Yeah. Inside
subverts
the box.
expectation.
Yeah.
Inside the box. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that zone will be coming up any time now, but Cal at the other side of the zone on the north side is going to be a little bit busy. Got S2G and one other team there. I didn't see who it was. They're going to be clashing it out down there on a hot drop, which we love to see. Bonfire as well. Going to be chilling over in Paradise Resort. Again, no one near them, no one doing anything to them. They're able to just loot in peace. And Paradise, man, used to be one of my very favorite places to go into when I was solo squad in Sanhok. So love that for them. But we'll see now. S2G versus INF. Might just see some cool things from them. Maybe not. Maybe not indeed. S2G getting that full, clean squad wipe going through.
I mean, that is some pretty impressive plays, though. You know, as we said, it is going to be Sanhok where we can see quite a lot of that aggression now coming to the foreground. So Gucci seeming to be all Gucci with it as the entire team now stepped up to the plate. Melek, though, is going to be taking a little bit of damage. But of course, we did see Melek now coming in with a bit of the rotation, trying to sneak their way back up into positioning here. So for the time being, S2G, they can sit back, get themselves patched back on through, and then start to move on up. Of course, the zone is somewhere up in towards the north area, or inclusive of this northern area. And we'll hopefully see pretty soon where that is going to be taking us. But yeah, now it's just waiting to see who will be the next team. The team to guard in position number 15.
Who will it be indeed? I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out where were Infinity. Got Infinity 10th place overall so far. Going out first in the Sanhok that you really did want to win or do well in if you wanted to boost in that momentum, a boost in those points. It's just not going to be the case here. S2G just too strong on that hot drop, able to collect it on up. Gucci getting half of the squad, so that looks really good for them. On the flip side, though, that does mean S2G now with a very early squad wipe, early 4 points on the board. That could mean some really, really early momentum for this team, DK, it could mean we start to see them just build and build and build on that.
Yeah, I definitely could see that being a thing here, right? That could definitely be quite a bit of a factor. And we've seen teams actually do that, right? Capitalize on the Sanhok to try and assist them with, gaining some good positioning and good traction with regards to the overall standings. So let's see if STG can bag it in. In the meantime, we are not seeing any other altercations or even hits onto HP bars coming through elsewhere in the zone. It's like, yeah, I think some of the players got trapped up in some vines or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the vines from Jumanji, right? Once it gets you, good luck.
Very true. Good luck indeed. But where is that zone? Where has that zone gone? That's what I'm interested to see.
Yes.
Or are we interested to see Kara moving into the vicinity of S2G here? I want to say that perhaps the zone has moved over to the northern island, seeing that Kara making an early rotation in that direction. We are seeing them moving on through, perhaps to the island itself, crossing that bridge nice and early. We'll see what that gets them, but nice to see proactivity from Kara as well. Nice to see them just understand what they need to do and do it as soon as possible, making sure that they're first across, making sure that they don't get caught out, making sure that they have that position that they need to get into the next stages of the game.
Yep, positioning is always important. So, can they bring it on through? Bezume, we've seen Bezume in previous seasons
Yes.
play quite
Mm-hmm.
a few exciting angles, right? So no surprise to see Kara Gaming definitely capitalizing on that across the board here. And I think moving into Sanhok, it's an opportunity for a lot of those surprises to come on through. As you can see, Rose and the rest of the team making sure that they've got their bags absolutely packed to the brim. But will we see maybe some contention coming through here? Because, I mean, look at that. We have a few more squads now moving in from that western front as well, right? It is going to be the Valkyries just riding on that ridge as well as Galatasaray. So, yeah, Kara Esports, they need to make sure that they are locked and loaded and ready to go.
Yes, indeed. And they're making sure of just that. Nice little split coming in from Carr as well. Not putting all their eggs in one basket, trying to figure out if there's any sort of gatekeep opportunities. We love to see it. Dope, on the other hand, they're going to be further down to the south, just scouting out that boot camp area, making sure there's nobody there, just trying to get some more loot going. Nice little M4 4x deal going on here. Love to see that from Diabla. Cat Bane's, on the other hand, going to be moving along with her teammates Hannah, trying to see, just trying to scout out, trying to move around. This is really that sort of stage now, DK, where there's not going to be too much movement. I feel like there's going to be a lot of movement and not a lot of movement at the same time. There's not massive rotates coming through. There's not a whole lot of movement in that way, but these teams are constantly moving on foot, checking positions, checking their angles, making sure that there's no one sneaking up on them, no opportunities that they're missing here. And that's really going to be where we're at for the next couple minutes, I think.
I have to say that I do agree with you on that to some extent, but I think the ladies are going to spring into action maybe a little bit sooner than that, right? Especially looking at the spread that we have here. We've got Boostgate, we've got Galatasaray right over there, and yeah, they might not allow too much of that faffing to take place here, right? It is going to be go, go, go. And speaking about go, let's go straight to the map as we can see it right there. It is going to be S2G now moving closer on towards the Wildcats, but look at it all the way down towards that far southern side. Still see still a bit of a rotation having to find its way on through, right? That is going to be Afterlife, which we saw popping off in game number 1, taking a slight bit of a delayed rotation, moving up in towards the zone. But speaking about the zone, look at Dope. They are just flying straight through.
They sure are, my goodness me. Boost now on our screens, but the Elam feed is starting to fly. Vendetta, the hero, the queen of her team last game, goes down early. Can they get her back up? I do not know. We'll have to wait and see what that Elam feed will tell us. S2G now going head to head with the Wildcats. Boostgate on our screens right now as they start getting surrounded by several teams at once. Dope is here. You have Bonfire as well. Kara's in the background. And all of a sudden, I think you're right, DK. These girls sprung into action ASAP.
Well, we love to see it now. Boostgate could definitely look to boost their overall point situation here, as they do have Dope already poking quite a few holes in the side there of Dope. But will they be able to follow through, right? Will they be able to close it up? The interesting thing about this position that they find themselves in, Boostgate, is they are definitely trying quite relentlessly to secure those sprays, to secure those knocks, and even get those confirmations. But at the same time, they're also drawing quite a bit of attention to themselves, right? So that is going to be interesting to see how they're going to try and potentially accommodate the rest of the lobby now, just constricting onto their overall positioning here.
I like this from Amaya as well, actually. Oh, I really like that from Amaya. That is a nasty, nasty play coming in from her. Just popping off the wheel of that buggy, making sure that now Boostgate have a little bit less of that maneuverability. That was really a devious play coming through, but hey, fair is fair. Jetgo! We talked about them before the game. We wanted them to get a point. They did get a point. I'll give them that. They no longer have 0 points on the board. But 1 point is barely better than 0. They're still going to be in that last place position. They really needed this game.
I mean, a point is a point is a point. Would they like more? Sure. Everybody would say yes to that. But it is what it is. For now, we are going to be looking over on towards Bonfire and Dope. Just having a bit of a picnic, right? Neither of them wants to be the next team to get caught out, to get sprayed down. So Bonfire doing a little bit of their due diligence here, trying to see if they can get a good Overwatch angle. A lot of scoping coming through. Now Purple and the rest of the team slowly making their way moving forward. Gotta watch out though, because we have Galatasaray just over on towards that side. So not wanting to make too much noise. Also, you gotta watch out for the pillars here. As Dynasty continues to move on forward, trying to wrap around at least the edge of this Paradise positioning. But will they be able to get a good angle now to move forward? Is waiting for the rest of the team to kind of hop in the car. Kara Esports, in the meanwhile, are going to be turning their attention over on towards LiDAR. As you can see, Melcy, Elena, Melina, all now just pinched up in the building. Leot trying to hold nice and steady as Rose is going to come rushing straight up to the door, looking for a quick bit of an approach, quick angle. But LiDAR not going to be backing down just yet. It is going to be flames and utility spread all throughout this floor. Elena is going to get picked on up. Rose, quick follow through here. Melcy, G, beautiful bounce there from Rose. Rose now heard footsteps, gets the confirmation, and that is it. LiDAR making their way right out of here. Our next team following right on the heels there of Jetco. So Kara Esports looking quite confident and comfortable coming through with those 2 eliminations. Adding on to with a comfortable 4. Who will be the next team? Of course, it is going to be the players there from Boostgate just up ahead. Then Muerte now starting to come through with a bit of rotation here as well. Melita, unfortunately, not going to be making it on here alongside Pinky as the pressure continues to roll on forward. Now things looking quite challenging for the side here of the Muerte Occident. Pinky has to play a very cautious game. Can't get caught out because that is going to be the end of the road here for the team. So we'll have to try and play a very cautious angle. We do have Galatasaray just up on that hill. So it's not necessarily going to be the easiest position to do that in. Kara Esports getting ready. They've now grabbed all the loot that they can find, getting ready to move on forward. Let's see where their next rotation will take them. Of course, still the ladies there from the side of Boostgate, just holding onto the side. See Pinky off in the distance. So there's still a few opportunities, a few available rotations and plays here. for the side of Kara Esports to make. It doesn't seem like they are overly committed to getting out of this compound just yet. Instead, it looks like they're going to try and be a little bit of a trouble to whoever is in the surrounding area. Poking, prodding, looking for a little bit of something. In the meanwhile, Alpha Angels, though, just on the outskirts of zone, finds themselves with a bit of an opportunity here. They could really get the jump up into Dope Esports Blossom. But Nep, I don't know if Diabla and the rest of Dope is going to be able to get out of this blue zone in time.
Oh, that's a really tough spot to be in as well. In the blue zone, over by that side of the map as well. Very, very open. It really could be quite difficult for them, especially the way that AA are playing this. Yeah, Diabla gonna go on down. Baby gonna grab her Elim there. There we go. Kara now losing one. Satanova not having a banner day today. That's the second time she's gone out in as many games, so that's unfortunate. But they do make it there safely. Still in that center zone position. S2G still up with 4. Still have 4 Elims as well. Haven't done too much. They're really just playing for that position now, playing for that endgame. As Logica now moving forward, trying to get rid of Live Nova. Oh, comeback does go on down. That's got a Tassadite to steal away that point. Logica now, having cleared that north side, now need to move into zone.
But again, we see Boris Gaming bringing in a very consistent tally here with the overall eliminations that they've got, right? Again, sitting on a very comfortable 6. So, what explains why we've been seeing those 17 eliminations come through from them, right? Why they are the team that is definitely the heaviest handed when it comes to overall aggression. Galatasaray now also just trying to sneak their way back up in towards zone. I like the fact that we have the players here from Sativa keeping a bit of a overwatch, right? A slight bit of a controlling angle that they have towards the side of Galatasaray's approach. But look at this though, Hilal. Oh, tries to get all cheeky up into Amaya. But Amaya just quickly denying that play.
Goodness me. She doesn't have the MG3 anymore. Tried to stand up and got taken down instead there. Quick little revive. Nothing of real harm to show for it. There we go. Gonna get that first aid going, and off they go. They are out of here. They gotta get to that zone. Get past De Muerte. Oh! Saved it just about, but when the car's smoking like that, you don't want any sort of delays. That nearly spelled disaster. My goodness me, but they do make it out alive. And that is going to be a L taken on down there. Afterlife Nova, our 6th place team, going to be going out there in 12th place.
Oof.
Dope. Now, Cat Vane's going to lose one very, very early on. Fireshine stealing that first point away. There we go. 2 Elims on the board for the Wildcats. A nice little split, actually, from the Wildcats. You can see them there with a 2-2 split. East and North, or West and North, rather, could do some really, really good control work for them.
Yeah, could definitely do. Could definitely come in quite clutch. But let's see how they're going to look to push through this one here. Fireshine now trying to figure out if there is going to be any eventuality out of this. Oh, Pinky, the solo here for De Muerte, is going to try and make a push, of course, getting absolutely sprayed by the side of Galatasaray. Fortunately, there are multiple players in the vicinity that can assist in applying the pressure. Of course, it is going to be Sativa being one of those crews just on the edge of zone. Speaking about pressure, though, it is going to be Kara and Boostgate finding themselves in a bit of an altercation. And so far, it is looking pretty good here for Boostgate as they, well, boost Kara back from whence they came. And now we are down to 10 remaining squads.
We are indeed. Goodness me, indeed. Here we go. That's going to be Kara, actually, for the first time tonight, not being in the top 3. Gives him a little bit more time to plan for that in next Miramar coming on up. RVL quickly going to join them with the same amount of points here. One more team stands between the rest of this lobby and the start of those placement points. That is going to be Boars taken on out now. As I said, that 6 points go their way, so that's still good, right? They're not going to go out without anything. But at the same time, Now we start getting into those placement points. Bonfire, Basu does go down to that nade as the nades keep flying between now 3 different teams. Galatasaray, S2G, and Sativa, all in this very, very tiny space. And Sativa seems to have a really good angle there. Should be able to see a lot of what S2G is doing. But we will see where it goes. There's a team behind them as well. They have to keep their eyes on. They're not really in zone yet. None of these teams are. Gucci goes on down. That's going to be a nade to flush her on out. Tofi steals that point away. Hilal, very, very low again, but still does get that knock. Malik, the next to fall. Is there now going to be any sort of response here from Sativa? Yes, there is. A nade goes well over the top. Does that actually get anybody there? No, not yet. Not really. The Molotov now just trying to push them out of zone, keep them away from the buildings, keep them out of nade range. So far, it's working. Well, actually, so far, it's not working. They've just moved right on up instead, in spite of those nades. And now, this is where Sativa get put on the back foot here. Hilal does go down, though. That's going to put a wrench in the works, going to slow them down a little bit. That's another one. Tofi now, the next to fall. Yagi able to do some really good work with a double nade coming through there, but now they're starting to fall again here. They're getting traded off one by one. Yagi and Nuaj, the only 2 left standing, going to try and get these revives up as quickly as possible. But now there's no time. Boost on the way, coming on through. Seeing that third-party opportunity. And here's what I love, DK, is S2G have used this time to just whistle their way out of this and just go, we were never here.
I mean, might as well, right? If you have the opportunity, you have the chance to plan your great escape, go for it, right? Speaking about great escapes, though, yeah, Galatasaray, they're gonna have a pretty tough time alongside Sativa and Boostgate now just locking down the edge of zone alongside S2G.
That is a nade. Oh, and they saw it a little too late. The double nade is going to come through. That's the double knock. And that is going to definitely mean a push from Sativa here. There is no way they let that one slide. The nades might come through in response. Going to try and get a little bit of time. And that's another.
Ooh.
Almost double nade, though. Leora does go on down. Yagi, the last to fall. That is going to be Sativa taken on out. Boost, somehow, some way, also still here. I don't know how they made it here, but they are still here. Just for a moment. Now they're gone now. There we go. Starting to catch up a little bit. All of a sudden, just like that, DK, we have our top 3. The Wildcats, S2G, and Dimuerte. All 3 of these teams, well, 2 of these teams actually on their sort of last legs here. The Wildcats still have 4 up, but S2G just outside of zone, outnumbered, out of sight of zone. Have a lot of ammo though. Could do something if they really wanted to, but just trying to sneak in zone any way they can.
Yeah, Saren could definitely look to send it here, as we can see Melek also just getting down, trying to sneak their way on forward. There's a very high probability chance for the Wildcats to clutch this one, as they now sit with 2/3 favored. But, I mean, looking at what S2G have done so far, right, they've done quite a bit of work, 7 eliminations, and they only have 2 players left. The Wildcats, though, are looking pretty good here. 9 elims up alongside that full squad. I'd love to see those HP bars getting filled up as well, but now comes the send as the Wildcats get ready to close it up. They want that winner chicken dinner. They do find Melek, and they do find the chicken. The Wildcats, the Istanbul Wildcats, locks it in and lays claim to it. So what a play from them. Absolutely amazing stuff right then and there. And of course, well, now we know who plays best in the jungle. It's the Wildcats.
Yeah,
today.
I mean, I suppose it was all in the name, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of all in the name, so should have seen that one coming from a while away. But no, it was very well played from the Wildcats, indeed. They held their own. They went for position. They fought off everybody. I did say in the mid-game, I did say this, that 2-2 split was looking very controlling. Very controlling.
Yeah.
So it was nice to see them follow through with that, be able to get some really good knocks, really good elims, And come home with a chicken dinner for Sanhok. And halfway through the first day, that's definitely where you want to have your win.
Yeah, and I mean, what a warm welcome home that was from them, right? Chicken dinner is going to bode quite well. It's going to add quite a bit of a boost with regards to the overall points, and of course, team morale, right?
Yeah.
And we love to see teams really stepping up and really flourishing, and just flexing a little bit, because especially for the Wildcats, I think coming into this match sitting in 7th place, this could definitely aid in just shooting them up with regards to those overall standings. Is it pole position worthy? We don't know yet. We'll find out, because math, right? Numbers, apparently, with, some people will not get into it too much. But yeah, that is definitely going to be a thing which we'll find out in due course, exactly where these teams find themselves overall. But gotta say, though, Sanhok always as satisfying as we can get it, right? A map that really lends itself to a lot of aggression. And I want to say, though, we saw quite a few teams actually upping the ante this time around, right? S2G locking in quite a few of those eliminations. We did see, of course, the players from Boars bringing in the consistency. It has been there all the way. But also then the Angels, right? The Alpha Angels stepping up, bringing in a little bit of their own flavor to this match, and just absolutely love what we're seeing here.
Yeah, same here. Same here. It's been really fun to see a lot of these teams step up. S2G as well had that first hot drop over in Sanhok that was able to give them the momentum they needed, and they played a really good game as well to get that second place. I was really impressed with how Sativa played it as well. Some really nice nades coming through, some really well-placed, well-timed utility, and they played the third party very well, I thought. I mean, Galatasaray, again, kind of not a team you ever want to go up against, so you can play kind of your best game and they're still gonna run through all those nades. Like, they tried their best to put a nade barrier up, and rather than falling back, Galatasaray just fell forward. It's like, okay, what are you gonna do against that, really? But no, I did like the idea that they had. I like the strategy that they had, and I did say I wanted to see more from them. They got a top 5 finish, so I would like to see just that continue into the larger map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm be right there on board with it, right? You want to see the teams returning again into, as you said, the larger maps, bringing those plays through. And I think an interesting one that we had here was, looking at that kind of that sandwich skewer maneuver that we had on the edge of zone. That was a pretty tough one, right? I mean, a lot of these ladies came pretty close, and of course, speaking about how close it came, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match. But this is what I love about the excitement, right? There's so many angles. Even Kara just finding quite a few ways to, add to that.
Yes, indeed, Busquet as well, coming on through with some really nice shots they had. A really nice little backstab as well. Very well timed on their part. Unfortunately, unable to really follow through with that. There was a couple of double nades there that just really put a wrench in their works. But overall, I really liked how they played that third party, how they were able to do things with that. And yeah, it was a really nice game from them. DK, the next game is going to be Erangel. Any final thoughts before we head over into break?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. That's all I can say. Bring it.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be Miramar, so
either
that
which
was
way.
a test.
Yeah, but well, you know what? Here's another test.
Yes.
Ну что ж, посмотрели, друзья, мои хайлайты.
Welcome back, everybody, to what is going to be game number 4 of day number 1 of this finals of PMEWL season number 5. CDK, I can use numbers. I just have to gear myself up for it a little bit here. We're going to get straight into our 4th game of the day. It is going to be Miramar. We're hopping back over onto the sandy sands of this map, and we're going to be going into it for our fourth game. As I said, 4 out of 5. Remember, not out of 6. We're going with 5 matches daily. So for all of these teams, DK, it is the second to last match of the night.
Ooh, I mean, that is what we're looking forward to, seeing who is going to look to step it up, right? Who is going to bring that heat, bring that spice as we head into the, as you put it, the sandy dunes. Right, so, yeah, it's almost there for us. The zone is going to be making its way on through very, very soon. But, yeah, we've seen it move a little bit more towards that southern side, right? Centering up on those hills just east of Los Leones in the previous Miramar. Where's it going to go for this one, right? Will we see it maybe return back to that southern side? No, instead, it centers up right in towards Hacienda del Patron. And of course, water treatment is going to find itself quite centered up in the zone as well. So, looking at the teams, though, they're going to be quite happy, right? Because they don't have to rotate all too far to get into this next phase.
Yeah, I do see we have a hot drop, another hot drop in Valle del Mar, which is, I think, the furthest point away from the zone on this game. But other than that, you're right. Even Kara doesn't have that far to go. We should be seeing some pretty minimal, easy sweeps into the zone in the next few minutes. Kara specifically might want to get in just because that it is not that far to the zone, but you do have the Wildcats over by Power Grid, over across those hills on the western side. But what is this, DK? Our quickest knock to date? Here we go. Let's see where that's going to be going on, because Jacko, you get one knock onto De Muerte, and I believe that's going to be over in Valle del Mar, I think. We also have another big fight happening here between a Bonfire and AL over here. It's going to be Afterlife Nova. Both these teams now looking for a little bit of a skirmish, and Purple is going to be the first to fall here. D getting one up after the last Miramar where she went out super early. She's going to be able to get that first elim.
Indeed. So let's see. Could this be the approach now here of Afterlife? Applying a little bit of that pressure across the way. Now, the pressure is on, right? It's always about what is cooking and who is going to look to cook up the biggest storm. Bonfire, they've been doing a few things along the way as well. So let's see if they can continue to maybe dial it up a little bit more. Right, Bonfire coming into this match with a grand total of 9 points. Afterlife coming in with a grand total of... yeah, they're coming in with a grand total of 15 points. So definitely a slight little bit of a lead that they have over towards the side here of Bonfire. So this is going to be an essential engagement for the side of Bonfire, right? They want to try and get as many points here as they possibly can. Yes, they only have 3 players left from what we can see. But is that going to be enough? Will they be able to maybe convert a little bit of their positioning into their favor?
I mean, for them, hopefully, it is something that they do, in fact, need to do. One of those things where I feel like this fight could get stalemated very quickly, considering where they are in zone, or actually outside of zone. 250 meters to go to 300 meters is not far, but it is far enough to make things awkward when you're trying to get into zone. If the fight has gone on too long, the zone's starting to move in, start to nip at your heels a little bit. It creates this sort of standoff effect that's very difficult to get out of. So for them, they do need to either have the fight or leave fairly quickly. The worst thing you can do is have a standoff for ages and ages. It's just not going to work in your favor. Moving down to Valle del Mar, though, Jekko did not get that elim, so that elim was res back up. That knock was res back up, rather. So no points for Jekko. Not going to be happening just yet. Actually, Jekko have a really nice split over by Valle. Look at this on the mini-map. You see De Muerte on the coastal side, which we all know doesn't really have an escape plan here. That's all gonna leave the power in Jekko's hands here. 2-2 split over those pathways, over those exits, could mean a very nice 4 points going their way.
Well, let's see if they can indeed get that ball rolling. It is going to be Pinky again here from the Muerte. Holding just over on towards the side here, making a bit of noise. You can see Purpy also keeping a very close eye. So it's going to be a clash of the colors. It's going to be Purple and Pinky getting themselves ready for a bit of an altercation. Jetco also one of those squads that we'd love to see them bring in a little bit more of the heat, right? The opportunity is there, but will they now surprise us with that follow through? Are they going to be able to lock it in and get it going? Of course, a quick little bit of a reposition up the ridge here, just trying to play up on towards that elevation. And this could be a big strategy onto the side of the Muerte.
See what they can do here. Ooh, Melita getting an opening knock now. Are they going to be able to capitalize on that? Let's see. More shots being... Wanda, actually, you know what? I thought it might just be a fluke, right? You get that Winnie, you pick it up, you try and do what you can with it. Wanda, that's the second Miramar. She's got a Winnie in hand. Her teammate also has one. So, nice to see those snipers being used. They don't get a whole lot of love. But, Molly might not get a whole lot of love here either, as Galatasaray right up in her face here over by water treatment. A contentious compound for sure, and STG to 1-3 split here. And Galatasaray need their teammate. Zeros gonna need that pickup now. That's bought STG a little bit more time. Have they noticed that in the Elam feed? That's what I want to know. Because if STG have not, it doesn't matter now. Wait, maybe it does. The nade back and forth, crawling across the ground. Gonna mean Saren is knocked down to half health, but it doesn't matter. They're already inside the building immediately, just like that. Galatasaray down to 3, separated. Might just spell the end for them. They have to really make sure that they get this regroup done very, very quickly. Not gonna happen though. Hilal does go down. The MVP of Galatasaray in the last couple of games is gonna be the one to take the fall now. Saren unable to get the shots that she needed to. Gucci next. Falls down. Oh my goodness me. Saved by the bell, saved by the wall, saved by just about everything there as Gucci might not be able to get on up. Zeros now down to another nade. Just down to 1, but Mali will go down. That's gonna spell the end though. That will be Malik taking out Galatasaray. They do lose 1, unfortunately, right? But with Galatasaray out of the picture with only 1 point to show for it, that does mean, DK, that a lot of those teams around them can really get some points up.
Yeah, what a play that was, though. Absolutely phenomenal push coming through from the side of S2G. And then Muerte also quickly wrapping up the play here against one of the players from the side of Jetco. Wanda was trying her best to get that spray, but unfortunately that two-player send heading in her direction, not being something that she could deal with just then and there. Now it's going to be up to Rin and the rest of the Muerte here to focus on that zonal positioning. They still have a good long way to go, and they are going to be sipping on some blue juice as they make their push up in towards zone. But of course, S2G now having a little bit of that favor returned onto them, as it is going to be Boys Gaming popping in with a few bits of pressure there. Also, then the players from Afterlife looking to get involved as they go toe-to-toe with Bonfires. We can see the feed going absolutely crazy. S2G now trying to hold nice and steady. Boars still knocking on the door. Not going to be backing out just yet, but there's been a good opportunity now for S2G to get themselves somewhat patched up. But Tesha and the rest of Boars now just absolutely ripping into the side here of S2G. Ellie coming through with a beautiful jump spray. Does find quite a bit of damage, and that is going to be all she wrote, as S2G have to walk away with only those 4 eliminations to their name.
Goodness me, Boars know what they are doing for sure here. It is always the way though, always after a really good fight or a good clutch, you always go out next. It happens time and time again here. Unfortunately for S2G, it was their turn to go out, but still a really nice fight going up. I don't think anybody's going to forget that one for a little while. That was a really, really nice play against Galatasaray, and or is a really nice play up against S2G in turn. So nice to see that coming through. We move over to Kara now, who have a very different game going on at the moment. They're very chill. No one's around them as of yet. They're just using their vehicle to move around, gather some info, loot on up, do some things, and just wait for that next zone to tell them where they're going, what they're doing, and what the plan is.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad strategy at all, right? There's no reason for them to be worried. I like that Satanova rather is just doing a little bit of that due diligence, just checking the hills. The same can be said here for Lala. Always got to keep your head on a swivel. Make sure that you don't get too comfortable. So I can really respect this play coming through from the side of Kara. I mean, Kara, they've actually been showing some pretty good consistency here today, right? They are well situated within that top 5, and I think it is going to allow them quite a bit of flexibility, especially moving into tomorrow's 5 games. Of course, there's still one more match to go here for today, but so far, I think it is definitely a position in which they can breathe a little bit more. Speaking about breathing, though, the Wildcats, right? They have it's like a breath of fresh air. Almost said fresh air. I don't know what fresh air is, but fresh air
Fresh of
indeed.
breath there.
Yes.
Okay.
You can see the Wildcats now holding nice and steady over towards this far western side. We do have, of course, the players there from Boostgate coming up on that western front as well. So I'm curious as to whether or not we are going to have any potential bits of contention coming through. It is true, though, for Kara, as we do see the players there from God Infinity just knocking on the door as they start to rotate on up. So a great opportunity now for Kara to continue with that flow.
It absolutely is. You can already see them taking those shots on that map there up against Infinity. Just gonna try and make sure that they stay well away. Infinity didn't take the hit though. They've rocked up right next to him. That's gonna be a crash happening as we speak. De Muerte also gonna have a nice little ridge onto the south side, completely untaken. And the Wildcats as well able to have a really good spot over by Crater Fields. Really nice high ground up here. They have the scopes, they have the ammo. Kara, though, definitely taking the advantage here up against Infinity. Fruz now the next to go on down. Satanova making up for her absence in the last few games. Going to be taken out one. Can she take out another? That is the question. Lots of smoke going, blinding everybody in question here. As they're going to just try and bounce around, try and get anywhere they can. But there is going to be potentially a third party. De Muerte have heard the commotion and they're looking as well. And that is why Kara immediately just sprung away, disengaged completely there, trying to make sure that they're not the ones getting picked apart here by De Muerte.
I mean, this is a good positioning here by the side of Kara, right? Just managing to keep their distance. I'm curious as to what De Muerte is going to look to do as we see them up on that ridge line now, starting to get a little bit more mobilized. A cheeky jump coming through here from Satanova, finds the opportunity in the window, but does not follow through. Unfortunately, a quick responsive spray coming through here. As you can see, God Infinity now trying to lock it down. Lala needs to be careful. Also got to watch out where Rose is so they can mount a nice potential aggressive play here. They do have that knock, but the knock has now resulted in a res. So let's see if it's in the cards for Kara Esports to lock this play down. Only one elimination to their name, of course, being acquired there by Satanova. Lala, I think this is a respectable choice, right? Smoking up the road, trying to obstruct the vision to get back to the vehicle and then get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do, right? They've had too good of a day to go out now. They went out early-ish in that last game. They don't want to do it again. They've only got another game after this now. So for them, they want to just be able to move up to the high ground, retreat a little way. It's a little too early to go out just yet. They're going to let these two fight it out. The Muerte now. Wait a second. Yeah, it's a lot of different teams now all coming in onto this position. Afterlife is here. You've also got, I believe, the Wildcats as well looking down onto them. So I do not blame Kara at all for going, hey, it's getting a little too hot out here. It's not just the sun. It's not just the desert. We got to get out of Dodge ASAP.
Well, let's see whether or not ASAP is going to be on the cards here. A little bit of a gamble coming into play. It's going to be Afterlife at least finding one of their players just within the zone. So now the opportunity is available for the rest of the crew. to kind of close it in, right? Rotate back up into the safe position that Linus has set up for them. Ooh. But then we've got the players from God Infinity also just off over towards that northern side. So if Linus 6 is not careful, they could definitely get caught in quite a bit of a position here. Of course, just spotting out something up on the hill. The Wildcats, as you mentioned, off in the distance. Also trying to find their way forward. But unfortunately, it is going to be Oiko taking quite a bit of damage. De Muerte taking so much damage that they are not able to survive just yet. But this is where the Wildcats need to watch how they rotate forward here. It is going to be Boostgate just up on towards the north. And of course, now the shots going into the vehicle does potentially alert the players here from Boostgate as to the position of the Wildcats.
It sure does. They have to be very careful going forward. Don't overextend too much here, but Fireshine's position is just all-encompassing here. They're just able to do whatever they want. Unfortunately, Mr. Opportunity there, she's so focused on the window, she didn't see the players running out in the open there, so perhaps missed a big opportunity to get some easy knocks there, but I'm sure that opportunity will come up again. She's got to be careful on the other side of the ridge, though. There is somebody over there. We didn't see who it was just yet, but there's definitely somebody. I don't think it's her teammate either, so definitely have to be careful of that. But for Boost, this is an unfortunate turn of events. They've basically been just pinched in a position and unable to get out of here unless the Wildcats give them permission. And knowing the Wildcats, DK, I don't think permission will be given.
Yeah, probably not, right? Let's be real about it. But hey, I like the approach that they are going to be looking to try and take here. There's an opportunity for Boostgate maybe to do a little bit of something, but looking at what we have there for Batu, I think there could maybe be quite a bit of an angle to be had here because, I mean, the Wildcats are very focused in on her position. It allows the rest of the team maybe to, you know, wait for a beautiful headshot to come through.
They can't wait too long. The zone is going to start pushing them in, DK. They need to start moving now, and you see that Boost are trying to take matters into their own hands, but I think the Wildcats now understand the situation they've put themselves in. That zone is hurting a lot more than they thought it might, and it was the Alpha Angels on the other side of that ridge, so gotta be very, very careful of them. They've been popping off lately. The zone now starting to take Wildcats apart, and the thing is the Wildcats didn't even wait too long. As soon as the zone kind of went up towards them, they're like, oh, hey, we need to get out of here. But the zone is just so damaging, and they were able to get that meant the other enemy teams were able to get a little bit more of a angle onto them than they might have liked. So that's going to be one down for them.
Yeah, well, one down, maybe a few up. Let's see if that is maybe at hand. Alpha Angels get to find themselves a few eliminations, but they still have a very healthy squad available here. Let's see what Vendetta can do here. We did see quite a bit coming through from Vendetta earlier in the day. So we do have faith that the Alpha Angels could come in with quite a bit of a tactical play. Now, we do see Boostgate still holding just up ahead of them, but both squads here outside of zone. Beautiful spray here from Alexa. Connecting up on towards Mazed. Will they find more? Will they get the confirmation? We do see the Wildcats up on the hill also now deciding to rather get that zonal positioning as they start to move on forward. Unfortunately, we won't see that engagement coming to some kind of a conclusion. In the meanwhile, though, Alpha Angels still riding the ridges. You can see up ahead on the ridge, there's another squad to be very watchful of. And of course, that is none other than Sativa. So up comes the push. The play is at hand. Alpha Angels could maybe find themselves in a bit of an opportunity here. Let's see where this one goes.
Let's see indeed. I mean, SV, they've got a really nice 2-2 split. Immediately going to be able to have that off angle. Baby goes down immediately. Ain't no way she's allowed to be that far up. And that allows, actually, Yagi and crew to come actually through and push forward. Sativa able to just defend that position really, really well. And now they're able to skirt on off. They're going to be able to regroup, do something else. I think it's interesting, actually, that they're taking that that decision that they're actually moving away from this. Maybe it's a mutual disengage that they're trying to pull off here, or maybe they just don't want that duo getting too isolated, as they very well could be quite soon. But Boost unable to really get away scot-free here. They're gonna try. They might just do it. Oh, it's a very hard task, but yes, that's 3 out of 4. No, that's not. Not unscathed, not anymore. But one is still left behind. One is still left behind, DK. What's she gonna do? Maybe she's that surprise off angle. The thorn in the side, we'll see. But meanwhile, Yagi now naded, taken out. I'm really not sure what they were trying to do there, actually. I thought that they would be a lot more sort of aggressive than that on the side of Yagi. But no, not gonna happen. She does get knocked down, and that might just be the opening.
Well, we also did see the Wildcats up ahead of that rotation coming through. So it's an interesting play that they're looking to go for here. Now, Alpha Angels still up on the ridge line. Could definitely look to poke into the side here of Yagi. But it's all going to be up to RNO to decide on that play. Of course, the zone is going to be shifting up to centering in nice and comfortably. So this will allow for a nice continuation of the plays at hand. Let's see. Will the Alpha Angels secure those eliminations? Currently only with one on board. Oh, the nades though coming through. Alexa trying to figure out which way is which. Finds an opportunity off in the distance there. As you can see, RNO finding Francesca. Oh, love this though. For Alpha Angels. Got Infinity having their numbers slowly getting poked and prodded at. The knock is in. They've got 2 players up. Will they be able to secure that res? Sativa though spreading out more and more. We are yet to see Sona actually make a bit of a move, right? The blue zone about to start nipping at their heels. As you can see, that quick vehicle pop coming through now as Sativa continues to push on forward. Again, now trying to play, maybe keep up the pressure that they have onto the side of the Alpha Angels.
What do the Alpha Angels do from this? Take out Leora if they possibly can. Oh, unfortunate miss with those bullets there. But yeah, what do they do from here? Really nice, quick snipe coming in from Yagi there. But they're gonna have to move in, and this is where it all turns to worms. Alpha Angels unable to really do enough here. Nice off angle though. That is gonna be Lino taken on out there. Leora rather, as Vendetta. We saw her squad wipe in the last game. Can she do it again? That's 1. That is not 2. She's trying her best here. That's a nice little Molotov gonna come on through here. Nuage does see her up on the top side, though. She's just gonna... Nope, she's not gonna do anything. She's gonna try and heal up. That's not gonna be the case. Sativa able to pull on through as a full squad as well, and that's Yagi picking up 3 of those elims.
Yeah, good play here for the side of Sativa. The Wildcats, though, are still going to be holding nice and steady with their 2 players here over on towards the western side of the zone. We've got Infinity right alongside them. That is going to be Caramelia holding strong, looking to see if they can survive. Fire Shine now getting met with a little bit of a spray all across the valley. And Sativa seem to look to dial it up even more so. We also have the Boars right there alongside them. The Spray's now trying to reach on in. They do find exactly what they're looking for. Alum now finding herself in quite a bit of a predicament. I mean, Sativa, an absolute nuisance from that northern side of the zone. But we still have 8 teams left in this lobby. So there could still be a bit of an opportunity here for maybe a little bit of something to come her way.
And she's the one to take that opportunity if it comes her way for sure here. Yagi, meanwhile, Yagi and crew, I did say I wanted to see more from this team. Sativa able to hold on to their full squad, able to hold on to a really important ridge in the zone, but only time will tell now what is going to happen next. This zone is cruising that health away there, and where is this zone going to go next? If it goes north, then they should have a really good win here. It doesn't go north, it goes center. That's not bad, but at the same time, it means they have to give up their ridge, DK.
At least not too much of it, right? Just a little smidgen of that overall positioning, of course. Now Yagi trying to unstick the car there, but instead finding themselves quite deep underneath it. Interesting to see Boris Matesha also just holding quite comfortably up in towards the northern side of the zone alongside one of her teammates. But Alim now in quite a bit of a predicament here. No way really to rotate out of that. No safe rotation back in towards the zone either. And the same could be said there for Caramelia. So let's see what Sativa is going to do. Are they going to now look to maybe contribute to the carnage over towards the side here of Lidar? Lidar already having one of their players getting knocked and confirmed. The remaining three now up on the hill rather, pretty exposed, especially looking from the vantage point of Sativa.
What about those teams onto the south side? Kara is still here. Dope is still here. We've been so focused on the north side with everything going on that there are several teams down to that south side also looking for something, looking for any slice of the pie that they can get. Lighter, still here. We haven't really spoken about Lighter in a very long time, all evening in fact, and they're here now. They're looking very good. I mean, so they have a duo and there's only 1 point that they've had so far, but they're still here. It's top 5 for them. We haven't seen them in the top 5 all night, so it's nice to see them making an appearance here now. You do see the Valkyries did go out just now. Diavla goes down, but they're in a really tough position. Those little shack compounds just leave you with hardly anything to go with to get by on. And Kara right behind you, Sativa right in front of you. That's a really, really difficult position to be in.
Yeah, it is quite a tough spot indeed. But now let's see whether these tough spots are going to become even more so as the zone is going to get ready to pop. We've got the teams pretty much spread out between the northwest and that southeastern side. The zone, again, going for a very centralized positioning. So, Dope, ooh, trying to find a way to move out of here. But Sona says no, as she does find the Tiger poking her head out. Cat Veins quick in with that revive. Nuage now also just quickly repositioning, trying to capitalize on the available opportunity. Boris, though, still very patiently waiting just inside of zone. Well, now just outside of zone. But there could still be a little bit of a turning point coming through from their side. It's all going to depend quite heavily on what the teams on the high ground are going to be looking to do with each other, right? So the moment Sativa and Lidar restarts to get involved, things could take a very positive change potentially.
Have to wait and see. I mean, to me at this point, Sativa should have the win here. Look at the way they're trying to control the area, and control the narrative here. Dope are on the back foot simply because they don't have that mobility. However, I may have just cast a curse the entire thing. Leora is now down. Yagi is now down. Dope are doing some cool things. Maybe I spoke too quickly. Liot is down though, is about to get flushed on out. There we go. That's going to be Cat Veins up to 3 points on the board there. And I am never allowed to speak again. Sativa, go on down. They should have won. They just didn't. They crashed into that pole, and it was game over from there. GG's. Boars, I wonder if they didn't know that boars were there. That's a nasty off angle to have if that is the case. Ellie goes very, very low there, but is going to get knocked. So that's boars down to just a solo. There's no way she's going to get rezzed on up now. She's going to get taken out some way, somehow. And Cat Veins up to 3, Dope up to 5. Is this a Dope win?
That'd be dope. I'm not going to lie.
That would be dope.
Yeah, but let's
You're
see
right.
if that is indeed going to happen. They do have a 50% chance. They do have 4 players up, so they have the numbers advantage. Of course, now it's going to be Melcy sending a cheeky nade across the way. Does find Rose. Will she find the follow-up? Will she get the clutch? It's so close. Just a cough, but the player she's looking for is in the car behind her. Hey, oh, there we go. Melcy G narrowly escaping a quick trip back into the lobby. Now, down to the final 3 we go. Melcy G, super low on health, managing to patch up at least some of that quick response coming through there from the side of Matesha. Does put a bit of a stop here into Diavla. But let's see, is that going to be enough to deter Dope Esports blossom from that potential victory? So far, it could still be quite a bit of a change here. The odds have now changed from 50 to 65%. Now seem like the odds are leaning in their favor as Matesha gets confirmed right out of here. So it's one player standing between Dope and that victory. The winner chicken dinner. It is going to be Mel CG, who we've seen now survive quite a bit of an onslaught. Up comes the full send, and unfortunately, Mel CG will not make it out. We said it would be Dope, and Dope it is as they clutch up, get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. Absolutely amazing play coming through there from them. And of course, it was about time, right? Dope, coming
Yeah.
into this game, only had 16 points. And now I think they secured a little bit more than 16 points in one single match.
I mean, I'm just impressed that they managed to get any sort of top 3 out of those shacks. Those are some of the worst spots in game. They're always on low ground. There's always not enough cover in any of them. And they were also very, very nadeable. So really nicely played from them to just keep those teams away. Everybody should have been looking down on them. They just weren't. Dope were able to take advantage of that and just really be able to do some really good stuff with it. So really good job from Dope coming in here. They're going to feel very good about that, especially going into the last game of the night.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And of course, the last map of the night is going to be Erangel. So we'll get a look at that pretty soon. But yeah, I mean, the team's playing some pretty good PUBG right here. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
looking at what we had coming through there from Sativa, right? They were an absolute nuisance up on that hillside until they weren't one anymore, right? Getting dealt with as well. Kara also playing a few interesting positionings there. Boars Gaming, though, I was hoping to see maybe a little bit something happening with the duo that they had left, right? Just kind of waiting up into that late stage of game. At least the bonus thing there for them is placement points, right? So irrespective of how many eliminations they were able to secure, still bagging a few of those eliminations as well. So that is going to bode quite well for them. But yeah, I think overall a very satisfying performance, right? Even the Wildcats, they were a little bit rushed over on towards the edge there. We did see Alim also trying to survive as best she could. But unfortunately, Sativa, being the nuisance they were in this game, kind of just helped with alleviating that whole position that we saw coming through there as well. So, yeah, I think quite a few nice angles being played. And it was definitely a Miramar for the books.
Yeah, it really, really was. And also Sativa, I said I wanted to see a little bit more from them. They were currently, before this game rather, in 7th place with 20 points. The Wildcats were in 1st with 33. I feel like the way Sativa played certainly is going to get them a little bit closer to the Wildcats than they were before this game. That's for sure. I think they played a really, really good game nonetheless. Had I thought they were going to win? Yes. Did I say I thought they were going to win? Yes, that might have been a mistake on my part. But, you know, it was a really tough zone. They had to come out of a high ground down into a low position. Even if they crashed onto Dope, you had a lot of teams still looking at you. So kind of an impossible situation in that way. So for them, I still say really good game, really good job, and I want to see what they got for Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is going to be an interesting one indeed once we make our way around to that. But of course, the next thing for us to take a bit of a gander at is going to be what those overall standings are and where the teams find themselves. But of course, we'll get into that in a hot, sweet moment. But I got to say, though, the zone shift also quite interesting, right? Really challenging the teams with regards to a nice balance, I'd say, of like high ground play, low ground play, and of course, just up on towards that northern side of, what was it? So San Martin, right?
Yes.
Kind of just keeping the teams kind of teetering on the edge. Like, are they going to try and push it? Are they not going to try and push it? And of course, as we know, compounds went down in the dip. Sometimes surprisingly works quite well. I mean, it worked out in the first Miramar that we had, right? So, yeah, I want to see how it is going to continue to play on through as we get into the next few, right? In day 2 and 3, of course, as well. So, yeah, but overall, I'd say the last Miramar for the day, yeah, we can mark it off as done.
It was good.
Yeah.
Yes. Done, dusted, ready to go, or ready to be gone now because it's done already as we're going to go into our Erangel, our final game of the day, DK. Do we think all these teams are going to just absolutely bring it out of the bag for the final game, or is it not day 3 yet? Are we going to hold our horses just a little bit?
I'd love to say yes, but I don't necessarily think so. I'm not convinced just yet, right? Will we see a few teams look to grab the opportunity? Sure. I'm pretty sure that we'll have that happen. But is it going to happen with everybody? I don't necessarily think so. But yeah, I think overall, just the point situation is going to be quite interesting once we get to take a bit of a look at that. Of course, there's been a slight little bit of a change up, but we'll see that when it's all confirmed and official up on the screen. So we'll venture rather up in towards that. Interesting shift that we saw from the side of Galatasaray, but I don't know if it's been that interesting really, because the team's definitely looking to make it quite challenging for them to have a bit of a runaway performance. Yes, we did see that one winner chicken dinner come through from their end, but so far I think there's a pretty good response overall from the opposing teams. I think in the meanwhile, let's go take a quick look at a few of the highlights from this past match as we gander straight over in towards that. Of course, starting it all off, we did see the plays here from Jetco, as well as Boars, right? That beautiful cascading engagement that we had.
Yeah, it was really nice. STG as well. What a play from them. Really well played against Galatasaray. They were so quick with how they played that, with how they entered the building, that there was really nothing that Galatasaray could do at that point. So GG's there. Again, Vendetta proving to be a very valuable member of her team here, but this time around just a little too much for all of them to really handle. Wildcats as well coming in there. They should be able to keep their top 5, I think, at the end of the night. If they have another good game, they should be able to do it quite easily, I would have thought. And Cat Veins and crew just able to sweep on up, take all these points. And some really nice angles coming in there. Kara as well, the silent team in this game, but still a top 4 position for them. So for them, they're looking very good tonight.
Yeah, but I think we got to give it up to MelCG, right? We did see some interesting plays here and making it out all the way to the very end. Unfortunately, things going the way that they did, right? Getting rushed by a full squad, you could only last so long. So it is unfortunate as to how that all plays out. But yeah, let's take a quick look at another video, and then hopefully we'll get a look at those overall standings. All right. Here we are getting ready. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of those standings coming up, making their way on through. Hopefully soon, right? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I think overall a very good first day that we've had so far, right? Again, no real major upsets. No teams really going above and beyond just yet, but that's okay. It's to be expected. And it's kind of the norm that we see usually in the first day itself, right? So I'm really going to be looking towards tomorrow's 5 games to see how the teams are going to be looking to respond to today's performances, right? Will we see Jetco coming in, bagging a few points, right? Will we have them get a little bit cheeky, you know, pop in a few times here and there and maybe everywhere, like the Gummy Bears do? I don't know. We'll see. But speaking of Gummy Bears, there's none of them right here. Instead, we have the overall standings.
Whoa, hang on. DK, this is wild. So Boars are topping the leaderboard with 40 points right now. They do not have a win. But second to 5th place have all won a game so far, and they still have been unable to outrank the Boars. in this leaderboard. They are still top of the leaderboard. That is a wild thing. And look how close they are as well. 40, 38, 37, 33, 30, 29, 27, 26. I mean, that whole leaderboard has only, what, 14 points between them? That's wild.
Yeah, but also remember the Boars have been super consistent, right? 10 points in the first match, 14 points in the second match, then bagging 6 points in game 3, 10 points in game 4. So it makes sense, right? Why they've been able to do that. If they had a good play in their first match, they could have been sitting where the Boars are sitting right now. But it's not how it played out, right? The Boars just being consistent. And as we know, and as we saw in the chat, consistency is key because that is what pays off at the end of the day. The right kind of consistency.
It really is. Yeah, the right kind. You're so right. I mean, this is fairly consistent from them. It's not as consistent as maybe a Kara with the 2017, right? That ratio is very, very tight there. Or even Dope with 16-17, right? But 12-28, it shows you that they have that aggression. They know how to get those points, farm those points, turn those knocks into points. And if they, like tomorrow, for instance, can just focus on maybe playing a little bit more towards those placements, just a tiny bit more safer in the early stages of the game, then, or maybe even just focus on maybe a better position is what they need, maybe a more central position, something a little bit more out of the way. It's going to do very, very well for them, I think. And in day number 2, if we could just see that slight shift maybe, I think that would really, really work for them because so far it's obviously working. So far, obviously, they are in first place right now, but the teams right behind them, man, it's only day 1 and these teams are going to get a lot better.
Yeah, and I mean, even looking at Sativa also sitting with 23 eliminations, but unfortunately, placement points has not been their thing so far today, right? Even looking back onto the first match that they played, yes, they got a decent serving of eliminations, but they missed out on placement points. And if you need to be able to consistently finish, I'd say, at least within the top 6, right? To kind of supplement those eliminations that you're able to secure across the way. Because if you want to rub shoulders with the teams up at the top, that's the way that you get there. I mean, look at Kara, right? Consistent, sitting with a very comfortable 20 points to their name just on placement, right? So that just shows you that it's doable. It depends on what your approach is, right? How you're going to be looking to get yourself situated up in towards that. And I mean, looking at a team like Sativa, game 2, they got 1 placement point. Game 3, rather, they got 2. And then the last match, they got 3. So they are improving with the overall finishing positioning that they find themselves in. They just need to now try and perfect it, that last little smidgen more.
Yeah. It is true. Can they do that before the end of tonight? I don't know. But it's certainly enough time for them to actually try, right? We have one game. It's anybody's game. Anybody could win this. It's not just going to be the top 6. All 16 have a chance of winning this game. Will they be able to do it? That is what we want to see. But we just have to wait and see now. Are we going to be going into that game very shortly? I sure hope so. We want to get this game underway. We want to see more action from all of these teams.
Yeah. I think on that one, we are going to be heading into a quick break as well while we get everything locked and loaded and ready to go for the single match, the last match of the day. So, stay tuned and we'll be back very soon.
Yeah, very soon. And we are back with one more game tonight. Here we go, match 5, the final match of the day before we have a little snooze and wait for game number 2 coming on through tomorrow night. But no, we're getting ahead of ourselves now. Stop looking at me like that. I made sense. It's game number 5 going into Erangel right about now, or very shortly at least. And what could these teams possibly have in store for us coming into this last game? We have been contemplating it a little bit before the break. We want to contemplate it a little bit more, perhaps. I feel like a lot of these teams are going to be going for it in the last game, just simply because definitely the second half of the leaderboard is like we really do need to build some sort of momentum coming into the last game right before tomorrow, before it all turns to worms, because all of these teams are, the top half of the leaderboard, they've already got that momentum. They're just going to make it a lot worse for us tomorrow. So for this last game, I'm really looking at that second half of the leaderboard to do something.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is going to be on, and there is quite a bit of a difference between the top of the second half and the bottom of the second half, right? There is a 19-point difference between 9th and 16th. So the pressure is there, right? The pressure is mounting.
Yeah.
So if any of the teams situate a little bit further down, like Bonfire, Alpha Angels, Jetco, Lida, if they want to advance up to a higher position, this is the map. This is the last opportunity, and it is now, right? So
Yes.
the pressure is going to be on. The heat is going to be on. Yes, we're going into Erangel. It's not necessarily Miramar, but,
Not as hot.
the opportunity is there.
More
so,
humid.
Yeah. Especially if you go to the humid spots, which is over there. But yeah. So we'll see exactly what the approach is and what the plan is going to be for these teams, right? I want to see at least the team situated towards the lower side of the leaderboard really just playing a slightly more strategically aggressive game, right?
Yeah.
Not just full on aggressive, because that could go quite
Yeah.
wrong, right? But get aggressive, but strategically so, right? Plan those engagements and try and be a nuisance, like Sativa was, for instance, in this last game, right? That could definitely look to bode quite well for the teams in need of those points. So let's see if that is going to pan out for them and whether or not it's going to be available to them to do so. In the meanwhile, let's hop right to it.
Woo! Similar playing path coming on through here. And to just touch on your point, right? Yeah, we don't want them to be aggressive. We want them to be
Yes.
strategically aggressive. There we go. But it's more than that. I need them to be opportunistic, right? They need to be able to see these positions, see these opportunities for a third party, for a fourth party, for a quick crash, for a quick cleanup. They need to be able to see that, be proactive, be on the ball. And that's really what goes into aggressive gameplay. It's not always about fragging. It is about making sure that you're proactive and making sure that you can see and are in a position to take advantage of opportunities when they come your way. So that's super duper important for a lot of these teams. Some of them have really good hold on that already. Some of them do not. So in this game in particular, I think that's what we're both looking for here, as the playing path will be moving across over to that hospital area. No hot drops on the board just yet, although we might see something in Yasnaya possibly happening. Down towards farm as well. It looks like the Muerte might just catch a solo of Sativa a little bit off guard, potentially. Oh no, it's Bonfire. Okay, not Sativa. It's Bonfire over there, but that means that's the full squad. They're going to move over to Novo. It's fine. The zone, however, has gone over to the Quarry Ferry Pier Gaka area, so it's going to be off of the Millie base for a good while.
Yeah, it is going to be off there for a decent chunk of change. But so let's see how these plays are going to be coming through. As, of course, the teams now, especially up in towards the north, right? Looking at Dope, looking at the players there from Afterlife, are going to have to either kind of get out of here, or they will have to, well, kind of fight it out to see who's going to be the one to hold on to Yasnaya Poliana. Of course, the blue zone is still a minute and a half or so away. But let's see whether or not they can look to capitalize on any potential angles. It is going to be Linus right on the front line alongside D here, making their way through, looking for an angle, position, a side maybe. Can they find it though?
Can they find it indeed? That is the question on everybody's mind.
Yep.
For sure. Dope, coming off of a win, looking like they might want a little bit of a fight over here as well. They have hot dropped here. Afterlife Nova could be the potential victims here, but it could go the other way around. Dope could go out very, very early. We saw it with Galatasaray in the last game, didn't we? But yeah, definitely Dope looking for this fight. Diavla on the front lines. There's a couple of her teammates that might want it, or maybe not. I think there was a little bit of contemplation going on there. I think there was a little bit more of that, should we, shouldn't we? And I think in the end they went, nah, I don't think it's in our best interest to do so. I don't think it's really going to be something we want to do here. They're going to just disengage, going to go on ahead. I mean, fair enough, actually. I tell you what, 1,100 meters to zone. They've got quite a ways to go. They do not want to be in an altercation that's going to end up taking forever, especially in those apartment buildings. They always do take forever. So that's fair on Dope's side. In the Elam feed, you do see a little bit going on. Infinity do take out one of Jetgo. Jetgo just unable to have a good time tonight. I think we saw them have a couple of points, but that's kind of it. No top 10s, no placement points whatsoever. So an unfortunate day for them, really, really struggling. But maybe, as we've been discussing, it's not over yet. Only 5 games have elapsed here. We might just see them come back and bounce back in game number 6 and day number 2.
Yeah, for all we know, they could be the team to clutch it out tomorrow, right? That could be exactly what the kind of surprise they might look to bring on through. Up in towards Primorsk, it is going to be God Infinity and Jetco now on either sides here. Ooh, this could be an interesting play, though. Curious as to what Jetco's approach is going to be on this one. I mean, Rexia finding a little bit of information up on the ridge. We do see that knock also then finding its way. This is a good position, a good angle now. But can Jetco turn this one around? We do see Francesca just off in the distance. Caramelia also just holding up on the rooftop. The shot is there as Rexia locks in on yet another target. So I like this trade-off that we have here for the side of Jetco. Look at Rexia feeling super confident now, feeling absolutely capable, but unfortunately, well, we don't quite know just yet. Fortunately, rather, that nade has not found its way. It's going to be Perpy also now coming through with a little bit of that pressure play. Jetco coming out of the woodwork, starting to pop on off, just absolutely obliterating the side here of God Infinity. And there's Infinity down to one. One single player left.
How on earth did that happen? Okay. I mean, Wanda is out, that's true. But Yogi's just gonna have to move on out. Infinity taken apart, picked apart here as Caramelia is gonna be knocked on the side of Infinity. She's gonna be taken out very shortly here. I mean, Jetco, okay, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Jetco. Unfortunately for Infinity, it's at the expense of Infinity, who also needed more points. But, ooh, nasty little hiding place, actually, very smart. But it does mean that Jetco now able to have some of those points. 3 elims rather, on the board. Lose one, it is unfortunate, but hey, they've now surpassed the amount of points they've gotten in the last 4 games in one fight.
Yeah, they've nearly doubled their overall points coming into this match, just in this altercation. So, it's looking good. It's great. At least for them. Yeah, watch out for them rocks. I was seeing those 2 hay bales going, hey, hey. And then Yagi just meeting up with those. But, yeah, it is going to be Sativa coming through with a rather lengthy rotation as they head further and further over on towards that western side. Curious to see where they're going to choose to call home moving into this next phase. Got to watch out for them elbows. If the car starts giggling, we know what's happening. The elbows getting tickled as they drive through the grass. At least here for the side of Sativa. Not quite sure where the rest of the teams are going to look to find themselves as we are approaching almost the end of our first stage here, right? Just about a minute or so left on the clock before that blue zone closes up entirely.
You can see Sativa are waiting for it as well. I do like what we're seeing from them. When I said at the beginning, or we said at the beginning of the game, we wanted to see aggressive gameplay and proactive gameplay, I kind of meant Sativa here, because Sativa are doing exactly that. Look at them, they're fueling on up. They're looking over for a lot of those elims, but not really just yet. They're looking for position. They're looking for that momentum. They're actually building momentum by using those vehicles. They're building up that momentum. They're getting ready to go. They're getting in a mindset of go, go, go. And that is going to serve them well when we look forward to the next zone. They're just waiting for that next zone to start popping up. And once it does, they're ready to go.
Well, let's see how much popping they have in store for us. Meanwhile, it's going to be Lida. Also not getting themselves situated and perched on high. I think this is a good transitional point to kind of hold. Elena, of course, just feeling quite tempted with a picnic. It's an odd place for a picnic, though. But as we can see, for Lida, this could be a beautiful setup, right? They are right on the edge of zone. And there's so many teams that could potentially look to transition into the zone right ahead of them. With Mousy G now just rotating up here, coming in with that 2-2 split. I think for Lida, this could be quite the play. Also, then it is going to be the Alpha Angels rotating towards their southern side. So upsets could start to happen here. And of course, the boost gate right on their heels.
My goodness me. Well, that's going to be Alpha Angels losing one already. That western side is going to be absolutely a nightmare to deal with. Galatasaray at the middle of it all. We'll see how that goes. Bonfire on the other side, 2-2 split coming in through farm. They're going to be having an easy transition in. The north side as well is looking a little messy, but Lighter going to be holding up in this compound. A great compound to have, as you said. Moving on in. That monster truck ain't gonna fit, though. Needs to put the supercar in first. There we go. Just really making sure that they got this position locked down. S2G, know that it's not there. They're not allowed to take it. It's not empty anymore. Going to move on further into Pachinki. And honestly, even though this is stage 2 only, it feels like Pachinki is actually a really good spot to hold up. And it does feel like the zone is going to continue to go that way.
Yeah, it could definitely look to be the play that the teams might have to work with here. But let's see now. Can Lidar actually find a little bit of some here? Maybe they could turn down into, or rather back into Pachinki, depending on where the other teams have been able to secure themselves. Reborn Valkyries, of course, just on the opposite end of those Pachinki fields. And as you can see up ahead of them, there could be a few potential victims now getting ready to move on through. It is going to be Vixie, not wanting to venture out into a vulnerable spot outside. Instead, using that third party to just scope around. Who do we have off in the distance there? Ooh, could be a little bit of something happening soon. Let's see whether or not the teams rather would present themselves. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Dope Esports. Ooh, finding a little bit of a drift as they just hug the edge of zone. Of course, it is going to be Afterlife now, just popping the tires along the way. Quick response coming through here from Gatvanes, but also taking quite a bit of damage. Unfortunately, Hannah getting found out rather, as Din comes through with the tink, securing the hits. Now, this could be quite a bit of a turning point, especially coming through here from Afterlife.
Oh my, and the pickup was so clean as well. Hannah just strolling on in there, and that is really unfortunate. But Afterlife, nice. GG's. But they are going to be able to get back on up. I think that's going to be a fairly easy sweep to move on out. I don't think Afterlife are really going to pick up anybody from Dope on this occasion. They'll have to wait to a little bit longer. But oh well. Oh, maybe not actually. Lunasix with the off angle now. Moving on in. Hana as well does go on down. That's Catvanes now taking... What is happening? Wait a second. Is somebody out in the blue? They are. D is out in the blue right now. Just picking up everything that moves. But Boars have heard it. This is what I said. Again, the proactivity. Finding that opportunity. Boars heard it. And they're taking it. as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, Boars, they've been showing a lot of this consistency, and I'm not surprised to see this be the case yet again. Matesha now coming through with the rain of nuisance from behind that rock, making it pretty difficult here for Afterlife to get their flow going. But let's see where these players will go. Up comes Ellie as Boars Gaming keep on applying the pressure. Afterlife struggling to find a bit of a foothold here, but I love this for Boars. And they are trying to climb their way back and secure that their position on those overall standings. But where's Ellie going to go? I'd love to see where the rest of the team is. It does seem like Boars are taking quite a bit of a wide spread, right? We got a few players mobilized within the vehicles. Ah, there we go. Amaya now going to be looking to rotate up as well as Boars get ready to just dip the heck out of dodge as they rotate further and further up onto its Potato Hill. Still a great vantage point to play off of. Let's see. Will Amaya now look to jump at the opportunity? It's going to be Din Din just going rin up ahead. The buggy could maybe be a bit of a saving position here, but not quite sure if that's going to be the case.
Oh, they found her. Using that
Ooh.
vehicle, nicely played. Amaya now might just get traded on out here. Dodge and weave. Yes, she does. Ellie backing her up there. Really nicely played from the Boars. My goodness me. And now it's all up to that last duo, that final two players of Afterlife Nova. They're just going to have to go it alone now. Really well played. I mean, again, the Boars just able to come through with that consistency that you talked about earlier, that Amaya was in trouble. Ellie backed her up. Just able to turn on a swivel like that, able to really maintain their player count as well. Really good stuff coming in from them, but they are now inside or outside the zone. Rather, they need to move in quite quickly because stage 3 is about to turn into stage 4.
Oh yes, indeed. But at this point of the match, at this point of the day, I think it is safe to say that Boars are definitely looking to hog all those eliminations. Right, already 28 coming into this game so far. Just finding the two does put them on 30, right? So just on eliminations alone, they would be tied with Galatasaray coming into this game, right? But let's see where they're going to look to take it next. Meanwhile, it's going to be the place here from Kara Esports just up on towards the northeastern side again, coming through with those transitional positions. We do see Dope in the distance coming through with a bit of a play. Boars are yet to make a decisive move up into this next phase. And this could be a golden setup here for Kara. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Galatasaray now just reaching into the side instead there of Dorp. As you can see, everybody now looking to converge further and further up in towards the zone. It's going to be De Muerte coming through on the high ground. Jetgo just ahead of them. But look at the carnage, the chaos, and the mayhem. That is Boost Gate getting absolutely picked on up. I think that was the side there of Lidar coming through with the 4 elims.
There we go. And actually, it wasn't just Lighter, it was one player. Elena with that squad wipe. My goodness me. GG's all the way around there. Lighter picking up some momentum, picking up some speed. Matesha, though, moves into the Wildcats in that elim feed. We just saw it there. That's going to be Boars going down to 1, maybe even 2 there if they're not too careful. And Galatasaray, we see them on the board, or rather on the screen right now down to the south side. So Pachinki going to be held by 3 teams, Lighter, S2G, and Galatasaray. But Alina, man, I would love to go back and maybe re-watch that play. Did she get I think it was something to do with nades that made her get that full squad wipe. GG's.
Ooh.
Valkyries, though, trying to get anything she can, but it's not going to work, and that's going to be Valkyries down to a duo up against, who even is that? Boars and somebody else there. The Wildcats just caught in between. So Vixie gonna just have to go into the trenches, be that solo, and do what she can. Unfortunate rotation just taking her through 2 different teams there. And up against Bonfires if she's not careful.
Yeah, as well as Kara, right? Still going to watch out for Kara right there behind them. Satanova now also going to be finding Ellie as the Boars start to make their push up in towards zone. Big C could definitely look to capitalize on quite a bit of an angle here against the side there of Kara. And that seems to be exactly what she's doing right now, Fortunately for Kara, they are quick to react, right? Coming through with a quick breakup of the positions, taking a wide split. Looking to maybe even ride the ridge. And again, Kara now could be coming up behind the balls. Of course, then we do see the players there from Bonfire also just waiting up ahead. And again, a very challenging angle to play out of. Istanbul Wildcats, though, are going to be taken out in 12th place. So with that, we are down to our second to last double-digit squad.
That zone is going to pop in just about now. Stage 5 does come out of Pachinki a little bit. It goes the way of the south side team, Galatasaray, but eventually they're going to have to move out as well. Again, with the proactivity, Kara doing what we needed them to do. Really, really proactive. Just going to move straight onto the eastern side, straight into Boars. And Logica saw them from a mile away. Going to take out Satan over there. It instantly just puts a stop to Kara's move. I don't know if they knew she was there. I mean, how would you know? She's just sat behind a rock like that. Going to be very difficult to spot from far away, especially in those moving vehicles. But what can they do now, DK? The Boars might have them locked down. Can they go back to the north side? I'm not sure.
I don't think that they are sure either, right? They are just going to try and kind of just survive the current situation. Of course, they are feeling a little bit of that pressure coming through from that southern side as well. As you can see, Logica trying to figure out which way to go. The smoke here is going to be helping quite a bit. We do see some utilities getting cooked up as well. Not quite sure where they're heading, but they definitely went somewhere. It is going to be Alexa now getting pressured there by Pinky, but here is the play. Kara losing one of their players in the rotate. Logica, absolutely insane performance here. Rosie also getting found out. Down she goes. Unfortunately, it is going to be the Valkyries now coming to an end here for their play today. I think they're safe to say that Kara also now in quite the predicament. They are down to Lala, who's been able to secure a spot close towards center zone. The Boars not aware that there's nobody left up on towards that side. Kara, yep, out they go. It is going to be a 10th place finish. So Logica quickly just having to restock on those supplies. S2G now alongside Bonfire here in the trenches, looking to see if they can find a way to just apply the pressure onto the edges of the zone.
How you play the edge is so important in this zone in particular, right? Because you've got a lot of teams with very solid positions. You know, you got these trenches in the middle of the field. They're very hard to push, actually. You've got the end tail of Pachinki as well there. You also got a little bit of that high ground, but the edge for Boars is going to be so important, and they have to play it very well. It's a difficult position. It's not easy at all. But if they could play it well, if they can skirt around to the south side, take a little bit of that high ground away, use it for themselves, they could be in such a great position for a win even, if they just play this very, very carefully. But that team down to the south side, it is, oof. Okay, that's going to be a tough team. That is Sativa up to the north, or up to the south side, rather. Sativa there with 3. So not completely undoable, but still going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy play. Ooh, Malita, though, love that. Finding a quick angle over onto the side here of Maddie. Rexia, as we saw, can still pop off if she decides to. Right, the Muerte, rather exposed position, but this whole zone shift kind of throwing a major spanner in the works. So the Muerte got to try and make the most with what they have available. Nekis is now definitely going to try and get that res to bring their teammate back. Well, yeah, all right. Okay, there we go. Just a weird animation on that res. Rexia, unfortunately, will get spotted out, and down she goes. But now, Lighter still holding up ahead. A little bit of a crash this way and that. Negus has got to watch out how they play these rotations. The Muerte, though, still holding steady with the full squad here, right? Yes, there is a knock that has been patched on up. But now, are they going to be able to bounce back and mount that assault, right? Are they going to find Lighter up ahead of them? It does seem to be yes, as Nekizis gets a beautiful spray
Wow.
right up into Elena.
These off angles, man. Time and time again, game after game, it's the off angles from these teams, from these third parties, that really are messing teams up. Lighter, unfortunately, being the victim here, as Tofi also is up in their face. Boars again, though. 10 eliminations. Once again, double-digit elim points for this team. Just a quick side comment there. We move over to the north side. There's another team moving in. De Muerte deciding to move in closer, really gatekeep this edge zone. S2G now up against Bonfire. The nades being thrown back and forth here. Melina for Lighter does go on down. That's going to be them out in 8th place. 4 points on the board for them, plus I think 1 placement point, so that's not going to be too bad compared to some of their earlier games. That's going to be Alpha Angels out now as well. Galatasaray moving on in, trying to take names, but Boars now move over to the north side, try and push S2G. Could get a really nice third party here if they play this correctly, DK.
Oh, yeah, but Logica, better watch out. The sprays are coming on hot. And this one nade, if well placed, could actually play quite a bit of an upset here. But Sativa, again, coming through with that nuisance position, right? And Sativa just absolutely unlocked a next level angle as they do come up from that ridge line. Now it's going to be Bonfire trying to apply themselves, moving forward in towards S2G. Several knocks, but Logica trying to get the reses on through. Unfortunately, for the side there of Bonfire, they're not going to be able to make it out. Logica also just creeping their way back into a little bit more of a secure position. Amaya got to watch it, though. As you can see, Sativa, Nuage coming through over on the ridge. We got Lucy there for the side of S2G, also now trying to carry the torch, trying to bring them as far forward as they possibly can. A nice little bit of a treat here with the drop coming down. But is it going to be a little bit of a bittersweet treat, or is it going to be a good and nice one? Meanwhile, De Muerte, 7 eliminations up. Looking very confident, very comfortable over on towards the edge of zone. They do find themselves with quite the angle into the side here of Galatasaray. Not quite sure whether or not Zeros is able to survive that. I mean, Maddie not going to make it any further beyond that point as the blue zone does help her along. But Zeros could definitely still look to bring in a little bit of something here.
Just keeping very close eye on Sativa here. They're starting to spread out over onto the south and eastern side of zone, right? You saw that scout going on out, coming back, trying to get some info. De Muerte doing the same sort of thing here. Big spread, actually, from them. And this is where now they've decided, yeah, we just got to go for it. We have got to get rid of you. Both of them are saying that. Only one will actually be gotten rid of here. Let's see who that's going to be. There we go. De Muerte bringing in the reinforcements. Their off angle is going to be moving on back. And it's a great time to do it. S2G and Boars are busy right now. So there's going to be no third party going on there. Nice nade from Nekis. This could do some really big damage. Doesn't get the knock, but still alerts to the presence. De Muerte seem to not be sure what they want to do here, though, DK. I would have thought a little bit more could be from them in the tank, but maybe not. Maybe actually it's a mutual disengage? Interesting. I'm confused.
Don't be. It's PUBG. Galatasaray now getting taken on out. Off they go.
Yeah.
Up comes Bora. Maya now trying to see if she can clutch it out, going in for the res. But unfortunately, Logica has been swept away. Same there for Amaya, as Boars find themselves in a very abrupt end. They were doing absolutely phenomenal. Again, hitting those double-digit eliminations. Neck kisses, though. Oh, getting kissed by lead.
Oh!
As it is going to be Nuage now just absolutely bringing her to her knees. And with that, it brings an end, at least to one of the players here from the side of De Muerte. Sativa now putting De Muerte on some even ground, right? It is going to be a 3v3, at least for the southern positioning. But S2G, Gucci, just going to be big old chillin', right? Nobody to contest up on towards the north, leaving De Muerte and Sativa to kind of wrap up what is left of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Gucci can't do a whole lot of anything, especially if they just be well aware of there's somebody to the north side, right? So it's really down to these two teams. It's a very even fight, 3v3, same sort of ground, same area, same terrain. It's really going to come down to who's got the more utilities, I feel like. And I think that might be Sativa here. De Muerte don't have that many last time I saw. We'll have to see. But I don't know. It really could go either way. I'm not, like, half of me is like, okay, it makes sense that they're taking this very, very slowly.
Ooh.
Very nice nade from Melita. I think that's got to be what they're waiting for. If they don't push this now, then this is an insane play from De Muerte. But yeah, the push is imminent. Here it comes. That's going to be another nade to follow on up. S2G now making an appearance. Moving on up. And that's going to be Sativa down to a duo. Top 3 for them. Going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. But can they make it a top 2? Play zone? Yes, they can. Takes out Gucci. Point denied. Nice little headshot. There we go. Nuage needs to heal on her own, though. Really just down to this. A 1v3? 1v2? Something like that going on here. There's another nade going to be yeeted across Yagi. It's all down to her. Can she get this thing going? I don't know. Melita might just be able to get this res going, but not if that nade can help it. Nice little bounce. Gets the flush and not enough to take out the last player, though. Can Yagi get it? Yes, she can! Just down now to one player standing. Does she go for the point? Yes, she does. Does she get for the second one? Yes, she does! And that is going to be Sativa winning the game with a 1v3 to end the evening.
What a play. What a clutch up indeed. I mean, yeah. That was pretty dang exciting, I gotta say, though. I mean, big ups to S2G, though, trying to ride out that storm, right? Unfortunately, if the blue starts nipping at your heels, you don't have much of a choice. You have to get up and run. So, yeah, I think Sativa also a good read on the overall zone awareness that they brought through here, right? Managing to kind of turn their focus up to De Muerte as well as onto the side there of S2G. And again, being an absolute menace, right? Menaces are needed, though. I mean, we've seen what Sativa can do. They did that over on Miramar. They did it here on Erangel as well, and absolutely love what everybody is bringing to the foreground. Of course, De Muerte. Good play. Up into the late stage. Some phenomenal nades making their way on in.
Yeah, really nice.
We love to see that all across the board.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. The splits as well. Really nice control over the western side, particularly in those end zones. So really well played to De Muerte. Really well played to Boars as well. They struggled a little bit knowing which way to go. They tried to go to the south, lost a player, went, that's not a good idea. Moved up to the north instead. Got a, what was it, top 5, top 6, something like that, but with a really big chunk of elims as well. So again, a very, very consistent game for them. They should be feeling very good about tonight, to be honest. They have just had match after match of really good double-digit elims, so a really, really good night for them. Has put them at the top of the leaderboards, I think has kept them at the top of the leaderboards, to be honest. I don't think anybody's passed them with that performance. However, tomorrow is a different story. A lot of these teams are going to be getting a lot more ferocious when it comes to those placements and gatekeeping and all of that. And so for Boars, maybe, I mean, if they step up with those teams, then fine. But otherwise, you know, we've seen a lot more elims from them than placement, and that could be their downfall tomorrow.
It could be, but I mean, based on the pacing that they've shown today, it's going to be quite difficult for the opposing teams to really bring them down or maybe even break them down, right? Because you just can't falter what the Boars have been doing today, right? They came into this match already sitting on 28 points. Then they just added a bucket load more to that. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to look at a consistent team when it comes to logging in those elims, it's going to be Boars Gaming, right? If you want to look at a team that is consistent as all heck when it comes to placement points, Kara Esports comes to mind, right?
Yeah,
so there are teams that are showing their strengths in different ways, but tomorrow I think that is where it's going to be taken to the next level. Well, at least I'd expect that to be the case, right? I want to see the teams looking to evolve what they've been doing here today, right? The teams that have had quite a bit of success, tomorrow's the day to take it all the way to the bank, right? Because that makes day number 3 so much easier, because if there's a certain team that should decide to go crazy on the last day, like they have
Mm,
numerous times
mm,
before, you've set up a bit of a buffer, right? So it's
yeah.
not going to be as hard of a hit against you. And I think that could actually allow for a very good response to that.
Yeah. No, it could, and I think, with day one out of the way now, we've kind of gotten the, as we were talking about earlier, the practice day almost,
Mm.
the what's working, what isn't day. Day two, especially with only 5 games, and I know I keep saying that, but there's such a difference mentally between 5 games and 6 games. When you have 6 games, it's like even if the 4 games have not gone well, we still have 2 more. When it's 5, you've only got 1 more game left until day 3 now.
Mm-hmm.
Until day 3. And that's where we're looking at of day 3 is the final day. So if you're not actually doing what you need to do by middle of day 2, it's kind of really really hard work now.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, just to give an idea as to how much hard work it will be, here's the overall standings. I mean, Boars Gaming coming through on 55 points, right?
Mm.
They had 28. They added 11 eliminations now to sit on 39. They added those 4 placement points as well. So that is a 15-point game that they had just in this last match. So absolutely amazing stuff coming through from them, even though they didn't get the winner chicken dinner, right? Again, they
Yeah.
are still within, well, now it's the top 7, holding on to the top of the leaderboard,
Mm.
and they've not had a chicken just yet.
But neither has the Muerte. The
Yeah.
Muerte is up there as well. Only what, 7? Nope. Nope. 10, 13 points behind number 1 place. 13 points behind the Boars. Again, a no chicken dinner day for them, but still really, really, really consistent. As we look down that leaderboard, there's starting to be a couple of tiny microscopic gaps, right? You've got like roughly a 9 point lead for the Boars. You've got a 5 point lead between Kara and Dope there as well. And it goes down, it gets a little bit more of a gap down the leaderboard there, but still, it is still, as you look at it, very, very close between first and 10th place. There's roughly 30 points. That's one very good game, which we have seen these girls do before. It is very easy for these teams sometimes to get a 30-point game. So to see that and go, if Afterlife Nova just have a massive, massive game tomorrow, first day, or first game rather, of day 2, they could be top of the leaderboard with one massive game. I mean,
Yep.
yes, is that far-fetched? Yes. But it is possible, and it just illustrates the point of the top 10 are very close.
Yeah, no, they are. I mean, but also to just put in perspective the widespread of points across the board, right? Between first rather, and 16th, there's 50 points difference, right? So could Jetco reach that if they have an insane day 2?
Mm.
I think yes,
Yeah.
right? They could definitely look to get that. And they did show, at least coming near the end of game number 4, that they are ready for it, right? Even looking at the way that they kind of just held themselves moving through this past match, it seems like there's still a bit of hope for the side of Jetco. So all is going to be revealed tomorrow, right? So I think that is going to be the big decider as to how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves paced and moved through this. But of course, I think on that also, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match. And, well, here we go, just to remind you of the beautiful insanity that we had coming through today's proceedings. Of course, there's been highlights from all over the place, right? Because, yeah, this was all the way back in the early stages of the day.
It sure was. We saw a lot of stuff happening from day number 1. I mean, it's impossible not to with a zone like this, right? Over into those Yaz fields. But yeah, some really, really good plays. You saw Sativa being really, really good in that first game. They were quiet in the next couple of games and then brought it right back with finishing off with a win in the last game. So nice consistency coming in from them as well. You just love to see it. So many good plays. I mean, it's crazy that we're going through the highlights and still we're on game number 1.
Yeah, that is game number 1 indeed. But yeah, I mean, absolutely phenomenal day It's going to be the big question as to what day 2 could hold for us.
Yeah. What could it hold for us, to be honest? It's gonna be crazy. I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna have a lot of things going for it. I think a lot of these teams are going to step up. Not in the step up of they didn't do well today. I just think they're going to take it to another level. So a lot of the teams that are struggling a little bit more really need to kind of rethink what they're doing, or just step up as well and just level up and try and outplay some of these top teams, because the top teams are definitely going to level up tomorrow. I don't know, man. It's going to be kind of crazy. DK, final thoughts before we end.
I'm looking forward to day 2. I want to see the teams at the bottom climb at least to the middle somewhere, right? So it's going to be an opportunity for the teams really to bring in all the heat they can bring on in. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yep, it sure is. I mean, what more is there to say? We've got 5 games under our belt, 5 more games to go tomorrow. Well, 10 more games, but 5 to go tomorrow. I think this is where we have to leave it, DK. Thank you for joining me on these 5 delicious games that we've had so far, as we leave you with Vendetta getting this epic 1v4. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Well, do go somewhere. Go sleep, go eat, go rest, but be back, be ready for tomorrow, because the action has only just gotten started. We'll see you tomorrow.